Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. It's a Friday ghost town around these parts. But here we are for another something or other. Put your greasy little face up next to the radio and let's see what we can do. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs, and deal with that greasy face. There's a lot of products out there right now. There's no reason to have a greasy face in 2023.
Listen, I'm not here to judge, but he's right. There's all kinds of...
I'm not trying to judge. I'm helping. I'm trying to help. I'm saying there's a lot of...
astringents and balms.
Google will lead you in the direction of many products that will help you with your grease face. Grease face no more.
Yeah. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
It's a Friday. There's no one here but us. And that's not out of the ordinary. You know, in the days of people only coming to work a few days a week and working remotely the rest of the time, I think anybody who has that option, they opt to not go in on a Friday. And, of course, that's...
Traffic is here.
as true here.
Well, that's,
yeah, but they've got to do...
It's us in traffic, and that's...
WTAM has always
Tom
got
Moore's
people
always
down
here, so
there.
it's
That's
not
right.
like you can come here at 4 a.m. on a Saturday night, and Tom Moore would be like, "Oh, wife made me this for lunch today."
Yeah, they have cots in those side studios, I think. But as far as everyone else, I mean, there's nobody out in that suite. You know, when I come in the morning, it's, you know, the last hour of the morning shows, so there's people in those studios. There's a smattering of people. You know, you might see a couple of programming people and things like that. But I'm telling you, boy, by 10:30, you can hear a pin dropper on this joint until about 1:45. And
It's kind of nice.
how so?
Because it's just relaxing. I can just blast my music or watch my show in here before showtime and just kind of...
How relaxed do you need to be? I don't
know.
I want somebody like ready to go. Well, you got to be relaxed all the time. What is relaxation doing
I think
for you,
his
really?
relaxation is what makes him ready to go.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes, it's
I like to be relaxed.
a little bit of
The calm before the storm.
basketball ladies, wives,
Basketball ladies. That's what it is.
That's a Beyonce song, Bill.
Yeah.
You big
oh,
dummy.
Basketball ladies. Oh, basketball. Put your hands up.
Now, listen, I'm. It's long gone since the COVID days, but I do miss the old days of the hustle and bustle of a radio station. I that's how I came up. I think that's a very vibrant kind of organism, and that's just not how it is now. And it is what it is. There's a lot of businesses that have gone that way as far as offices go. You know, this is a job that for a lot of people in our industry, they can do this from home. And we don't do it from home. We do it from here. But, you know, Poundcake comes back. What did you do this morning? Lay out the day for me so far so I can, because to say like, well, I get to relax, it sounds like you had a huge morning.
I woke up, made some coffee.
Woke up when?
Like 8:30, 8:45. I
Yeah.
don't remember exactly. I think I snoozed, so probably 8:45. Made some coffee, had my morning poop, zhuzhed up my resume, I suppose, and then...
Still trying to get a morning gig?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's out there. I mean, I want to get something. The hope is to find something that complements this show. And my other job was like, rare because I knew people there and they were fans of the show. So I guess I'm being.
What do you mean compliments the show?
Meaning like I would love to have something else in media, like or editing, doing something. I don't know, something else that would also utilize my skills that I also use on this show. Not necessarily customer service, although I'm not opposed to that. I guess
Gotcha.
It just depends on if I want to have to pay the bills or something that is also in my industry. But I did that, talked to my friend for a little bit, talked to my brother for a little bit, made some lunch, and then I came here because Mike, who also works in traffic, that's how I know they're here. I owed him lunch for helping me move. So I got here a little earlier. Yeah, I got here a little early.
Okay.
To go to Shake Shack, get him his meal, and then
So you had a very relaxing morning. But you came here and said I get to relax.
Before the show? I'm not.
But relax from what? Like when I go home after a long week
not the point.
and I
I'm not on
sit
the clock
down
yet.
and I go, I'm going to relax for a second.
Whenever I'm not on the clock, that's relaxation time for me, as far as I'm concerned.
But then you came here and said I can relax before the show.
But I'm not on the clock. Just because I walk through the doors doesn't mean I'm on the clock.
When are you on the clock?
My hours are from 2 to 6:30.
Oh, I see.
My hours are
okay.
from 2 to 6:30. So until
They don't have a punch clock back there in the mailroom?
Absolutely not.
I'm just kidding.
Who gonna check me? HR going, so Cody, we see that you were a little late. Oh, great.
Right, but
No,
you
but they
understand-
would check if you were early. They'd be like, hey, you're going over your allotted
that's
hours.
right.
Absolutely.
29.2.
Before I'm supposed to? Yeah. So
But you understand what I'm saying, though. I mean, relaxation to me implies that it's like you finally get to exhale after a busy
I don't
time.
think that's right, though, because a lot of people.
Do you know what relaxation means?
But-
I mean, you can do it any time, but
there are relaxation is subjective because some people work out to relax. Some people do yoga or meditate to relax. It doesn't necessarily have
for you,
to
it's
be
basketball ladies.
Basketball how
wives.
he relaxes.
It doesn't
Frankie goes to Hollywood. They had their own version of relaxing.
it doesn't have to be necessarily to get revved up.
No, I'm not saying to get revved up. I'm just saying that to me, relaxation, I guess it's more enjoyable if you've really been just kind of run and gun. And what you just described to me is a relaxing time from the minute you woke up to when you came in here. And even from 2 to 6:30, let's be frank, you're not up against it. I mean, you do what you do, and I'm pleased that you do, but it's not something that is stressful or tedious.
No, but that.
So what will you do tonight then?
I might go to a Monsters game.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to go.
Will that be to relax or will that be to
That will
to
be
get revved up?
That would be to get drunk, to get revved
To get
up.
drunk. Okay. And then tomorrow you'll relax from being hungover.
I might go to a Monster game tomorrow too. I don't know.
You're going to go to two
hockey
monster.
boy over here.
Oh, he's trying to bang somebody. Who's taking you? You're going to 2 hockey games in 2 days.
Get hooked up.
Oh. You don't even know who they're playing, I bet.
That's not the point.
Okay.
Listen, I've never known who the Monsters are playing anytime I've ever gone to a Monsters game.
You don't check?
No, I don't
Oh,
care.
yeah?
I just go, I cheer for the Monsters.
I go to
Okay.
CNBC.
and I have some drinks.
See and be seen?
Yeah.
By whom?
I don't know.
CNBC.
He's a big fan of the business network. I mean, that's what helps him relax. Basketball ladies and Neil Cavuto.
If I'm sitting courtside, is that what it's called? Courtside or
Rinkside?
Rinkside?
Ice side, ringside, yeah.
Yeah,
Right behind the penalty box.
See someone get into a fight, have some chicken fingers with some honey mustard, and then
Is it a fair
high
assumption that this is a date?
oh no,
It's not.
This is a solo.
Wait. You're not going to 2 hockey games in 2 nights by yourself.
Yeah,
You are?
yeah.
Something's hinky here. What's going
You're
on?
getting these from your friend,
Something it does not add
but
up.
she's not even going to be there. You're going to be there by yourself.
Just she won't be sitting next to me.
Are you going to be in a suite? Is it all cookies and pizza?
I might be. I don't know.
Oh, that's what it is. All right. Oh, your friend's working probably, and you're going to be there?
Mm-hmm.
He's being so...
Yeah.
Something's going
I'm
on
saying,
here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good time. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I didn't buy groceries, so I'm like, let me go there and get them another and go
God.
home.
He's got it all figured out.
Yeah.
He has got it figured out. What's on the menu tonight? Hockey? Nah, that's not what I meant. Yeah, all right. Well, that'll be fun. I got a break. I got $1,000 waiting for you. You get 5 chances to win, about 30 past every hour here on the show today, but about 13 every day. So I hope you win one of them. 2:30 is going to be the next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard book. You want to text for anything else? 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Durk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
Hey, it's Alan for FanDuel. You can get all the NFL action this season on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when all you do is place a $5 bet. That's $200 back in bonus bets, win or lose. If you are not a new customer yet, use my name to get there. FanDuel.com/Cox, C-O-X. Get the NFL season going right. The app is super easy to use. You can bet however you like. If you want to do straight money line, you like spreads, you want to make your own parlays, player props, whatever it is. FanDuel.com/Cox to bet your way. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you,
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We've left our families to help you ignore yours.
Family time's always best when it's forced.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you here in a couple of minutes, about 7 or 8 to be precise. 2:30 is that next keyword for you to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get one of those about 30 past every hour, then 5 o'clock, another trip to L.A. For our Alter Ego Festival. You know who won one of the Alter Ego trips?
I heard.
Intense Randy.
Mm-hmm.
It's
good for him.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Good for him. That's going to be a lot of fun. Intense Randy going to L.A., where he will seem way less intense, by the way. He only seems intense around these parts. You drop him in Los Angeles, you're going to fit right in. But that Alter Ego Festival is middle of January in Anaheim, California. And so I've got a trip for you about 5 o'clock every day. It's Black Keys. It's 30 Seconds to Mars. It's the 1975. If you're a Matt Healy fan, Paramore and Bush, who were just here for Buzzard Fest, my good friend Gavin Rossdale, who was, by the way, not in attendance. His ex-wife just got her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. His ex-wife is Blake Shelton's current wife. Forget her name, but she got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and would you be there? If you were Gavin Rossdale, I know that they had the dissolution of their marriage was not without its controversy. I realize that, and that's putting it lightly. I think the rumor was that he porked the nanny or something. I don't know if that was ever confirmed.
I think it's pretty confirmed.
Oh, was it really? I don't know. I figured it was death by 1,000 cuts because they were like, he was 35 or something, and he found out that he had a grown daughter from some road beef or something like that. So I just figured that maybe it was... Okay, so let's say he did do that. Gwen Stefani gets a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. She's been in music for a long, long time. Whatever she's doing, she looks fantastic. She's like my age. I think she's a little bit older than me. Looks great. Married to Blake Shelton, you know, Gavin Rossdale, and she pivots to this corn pone from TV. And but she and Gavin Rossdale have grown kids. They've got teenagers. And they were all there. And I wonder if Gavin Rossdale was invited. I wonder if he's persona non grata to them. I wonder if it's still a really acrimonious relationship.
I mean, I'm guessing if he wasn't there, it's probably not the best.
I wonder if you ever have to be invited to something like that. But just out of support, go, hey, listen, let's say all that stuff was true. You go, listen, I was the bad guy in the thing, but she's great and she's accomplished. You know, she's had a big solo career. She was in No Doubt, where she took the bass player for a ride and then dumped him for Gavin Rossdale. So listen, everybody can take a couple of sprinkles of blame. It's rock and roll. Relationships are tough.
Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that this girl right here from Orange County would have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That just doesn't make sense to me. The first song I wrote, it gave me my life purpose, so thank you, God, for that. And thank you to all of the fans. You guys, honestly, every single person that listened to my music all these years, I would not be here without you guys. It has been a beautiful exchange of love. Thank you so much, Hollywood!
She still sounds like she's got those braces. You know, when I met Gwen Stefani, she still had the grown-up braces, and she sounds like she still got the braces, even though she doesn't.
You might have one of those permanent retainers in the back. I have one.
Do you?
Yeah, I think, they said permanent is 10 years, but I don't know if I'm ever going to go back and get it taken out. But
it stays in. Yeah. Or you put it in every night, I thought. Like the clear thing?
No, there's two separate. No, that's Invisalign. That's very different.
Oh.
There's a retainer that you can put in every night, and that's for the front teeth. Like that's like the top level teeth. Mine is on the back of my bottom layer of teeth.
Is that in lieu of braces, or that's like post braces?
That's post braces.
So you had braces?
I had braces, yes.
Gotcha. My son did, but my older daughter didn't.
Yeah, they're cemented to the back of my teeth. So I would physically have to go to, the orthodontist or whatever to take it out?
Yeah.
So I just haven't, but they said it's permanent.
Yeah, adult braces is a move, boy, because you've really got to, that's something that most people, if they have the means to do it, because it's not like braces have gotten much cheaper, but, you know, if you're, a lot of people want to get them when they're kids so that by the time they hit puberty, they're done with them. Like my son, we got him braces. We're like, you'll have these off by the time you go to high school. And that's the way you want to time it out, right? But I've known a few grown-ups over the years who've gotten braces. And that's wild because you're walking around with the braces on. People looking at you like, oh, yeah.
I had to beg my mom. Well, I just told her, I said, I'm not getting my senior pictures taken with my braces on. So you better, I think the guy took them off for like one day so I could do my senior pictures.
They could do that and then put them back on?
Yeah.
I thought that was a whole procedure.
It was.
Wow.
They
didn't have Photoshop back then? Of course they did. I mean, when you were in high school, they could have just Photoshopped your teeth.
No, I don't think it works like that because there's some where he only took off the top layer. He didn't take off the bottom layer. So there's some where I was smiling really big and you could see like the bottom layer of braces. But
and the rubber bands and crap. And
I don't think I had the.
I remember dating girls who had braces like in high school and stuff. But there's just a billion things you could. I can't eat that. I can't eat that. I got to get the thing out. I'm like, oh my god.
I didn't really.
That's one thing when people would bring like a girl, like you don't want a girl with braces to sign your document. I'm like, even if it was the front of her smooth teeth, I don't want that part touching the skin. Like that.
Oh, yeah, that was so far away from any consideration of mine in high school. I wasn't even remotely close to a girl signing my document. It was just like making out in the back seat or something was as far as I was going to get. But
and that's
just
them braces.
Just them telling me about all the stuff that they couldn't do and take care of and all this. Holy cow. So Gwen Stefani gets her star out there on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
In my opinion, Gwen is the perfect person to receive a star on the Walk of Fame. From music, television, and movies to fashion and beauty, she has risen to the top over and over again with her unique style that has made the world fall in love with her. Not as much as me, though.
Not as much as me, though. I'm Blake Shelton. I love this girl. I love you, goddammit. Gwen, I love you.
I love this girl in restaurant.
I love this girl.
That's Toby Keith.
Toby Keith, I love this bar and grill.
Yeah.
Blake Shelton has probably got his own line of something. He's probably merched. I don't know. Gwen Stefani, of course, had her own clothing line for a while, but I mean...
Blake Shellfish Shack, maybe something like that.
Shellfish Shack, yeah, sure. Boy, try eating those with braces.
Mm.
So, yeah, she and Gavin Rossdale have 3 boys, and it's got to stink when those kids look exactly like your ex-wife, too. I mean, that's got to be weird. But anyway, I don't know how we got on that. Oh, because Bush is going to do the Alter Ego Festival, and Intense Randy won one of those trips. Cavaliers are playing tonight against the Indiana Pacers. It is their last preseason game, I think. They're in Indiana. Cavs are 0-2 in the preseason. Pacers at least have 1 win under their belts. So we'll see what happens. Tonight, 7 o'clock on MMS. We will get out of here later at 6:30 and then right into your pregame.
The Cavs beat Israel. That should count.
Maccabi Rayanina just in town, and the Cavs beat them.
Macarena. What was his name?
Maccabi Rayanana is the Israeli Super League team. Tonight, the Israeli Super League team, the Macarena, is in town.
No. Everyone starts doing it.
Uh-huh. I got $1,000 to give to you here. It's a chance for you to take some off of the Buzzard bookie. Just somebody we made up. But it's all for the service of handing this money off to you, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
There is a family who is very upset in North Carolina. You might have seen the headline, and It's a piece of clickbait headline, but it's interesting enough, I guess. But the family of this man is very, very upset. And they are upset because this guy was lying face down in the lawn of his home. And the landscapers mowed around him because they thought that he was a Halloween decoration.
Oh my God.
And so the family is mad at the landscaping company. Except, I mean, there's a lot, people are trying to get these realistic looking Halloween things going. You think you might inspect it? I think this landscaping company realized what was going on at some point and was like, we're not getting mixed up in this. So they just mowed around the body, and his family's all bent out of shape.
Wayne County families upset if their loved one's body was mistaken for a Halloween decoration and left sitting for days.
And they now want to be able to know how he died and why it wasn't reported to police sooner. Queen City News anchor Morgan Francis spoke with his family, joining us here in the studio with the very latest shocking details. Morgan.
Alicia Bryan, this all...
I don't know how you can do that. Mow right beside someone and assume that they're Halloween decoration at a house no one lives at.
The last time families saw Robert Owens was October 1st.
A house nobody. I thought it was his
why
house.
are they mowing the lawn if nobody lives there?
Because it's probably the city.
Oh.
City goes, hey.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What do you expect?
A
The
Sunday.
city to don't.
It wasn't until a week later that police found him here, down a long driveway off of Shoe Road in China Grove.
Didn't he stink?
He had little clothing.
What?
Didn't the body stink? It's not going to stink like a Halloween decoration. A dead body stinks.
In a hot North Carolina fall? I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's going to stink.
In China Grove, North
but you got
Carolina.
you got that fresh cut grass, and that's a whole nother smell.
Oh,
so
it's so
covering
good.
up the stink of the
Decomposing.
body.
On and was face down in the grass outside a home that family says has been empty for quite some time.
My grandmother's lived off of Shoe Road for 40 plus years, and he's never been to this house. He's never known of this house, this far off the road. He's never been back here. He's never been known to come here.
Police told his sister Haley and mother Brenda that the 34-year-old hadn't been shot. They had to gather the rest from a construction worker on the property.
Construction worker told us that he had cuts and scrapes on his arms.
He said it looked like defensive
wounds is his words.
Family members admit Owens has been known to do drugs.
Okay, so this guy, those defensive wounds are probably not foul play. The defensive wounds are probably this guy climbed over like a barbed wire fence or something. And, but the family's upset.
Yeah, I mean,
but
obviously,
my thought is,
family member died, so you're going to be upset.
But the landscapers, these guys knew what was going on. They had to know what was going on.
I don't know.
In the middle of nowhere, there's to this lady's point, there's a Halloween decoration. These dudes knew what was up. They're like, we are not getting in the middle. You could have called it in. Maybe that's what happened.
That's what they should have done. Is just
Call
be like,
it in.
hey, we were mowing, and this guy messed up our pattern. We were trying to get some nice diagonal lines going through the yard, and there was a guy there, and we weren't sure if he was Halloween decorations or what, but
it would have been more fun.
Let's go check it out.
Not fun for this family, but the story would have been wilder had they not seen him.
If only
Had the
kids were
grass been-
outside more. If this were back in the 60s, kids would be poking them with the stick.
Yeah, poke with a stick.
They'd be walking down the train tracks to be like, do you want to see a dead body? You guys want to go see a dead body? Let's go. We're going to go on this adventure, and we're going to see this dead body. And we're going to see it before the bad kids with the pocket, the switchblades get there.
You talk to a kid now, just a random kid, and go, hey, want a stick? If they're real little, they might go, yeah. But older kid, what am I going to do with a stick? That's your body poking stick.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to poke it with your finger. You're not walking around with surgical gloves in case you stumble across a corpse. Listen, but
Why can't I think of the name of that movie?
Stand by Me.
I was like something by me, but I couldn't remember. Still by me? No,
Lie by Me? That's a different, that was the sequel.
Yeah.
But also, if you've ever worked in a landscaping crew, they don't move a goddamn thing.
No, that's
anything
up to
that's
you.
in the that's right.
Don't wanna get
Anything that's
sued.
in the way, they will give it a wide berth. So they mowed all around this dude, and they said, "Oh, we thought it was a Halloween prop, except it's in the middle of nowhere." And
but they did say the city on some chalk outlines
in the grass.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. But listen, people are trying. You can kind of understand where they're coming from if they're telling the truth there, because people are trying to make more and more realistic Halloween displays. And
I mean,
people
nothing's
pride
more
themselves
realistic
on that.
than body discarded where nobody would put Halloween decorations. Like, you put it on the front lawn, it's going to look like Halloween decorations. If it's out where no one really goes,
yeah.
Now that's realistic.
There's a lady. We have people near us in our neighborhood who create this elaborate front yard Halloween creche, for lack of a better word. And it's skeletons, and they have a theme every year. So it's like one year is like it's a skeleton teaching a skeleton class, and it's got to take a lot of time, and it just pops up. One day it's there. This year they went, I guess, in homage to Jimmy Buffett. It's a Margaritaville vibe, whatever. Oh, cool. And it seems like it takes a lot of work. And it's very impressive. But it's like I was reading about this woman in Texas where her neighbors got all mad because she had kind of done a thing like that in her front yard with a bunch of skeletons, except her display was Skeleton Strip Club.
Oh.
And she had skeletons in like wigs. There was a pole. And there's skeleton guys holding money.
I think that's funny. That's stupid, but
right.
It's funny. But
and the neighbors were like,
skeletons.
This is a family-friendly neighborhood. Like, you don't think these dads have been to the strip club before? And the
It might scare the kids from becoming skeleton strippers. You ever think about that?
You don't want that.
Scared straight. You become a stripper. They strip your flesh from your bones, and then you have to dance in hell.
That's the final strip.
Mm-hmm.
Or we flayed you. She said, it's just a creative outlet for me. I thought it would be fun. And, everybody wants to do this stuff in public. You know you're going to get in trouble for this with the neighbors. You know the news is going to show up. They go, what? Everybody plays dumb.
All right. There's a theory on why.
It would be more fun if these people went in the news and said, I don't give a rat's ass what your dumb kid thinks. I'm putting this in my lawn. They always play dumb. I just thought it was fun.
Someone has a theory that the landscapers didn't want to mess with the body and said it was Halloween decorations because they may have been undocumented. But I think if it was... Yeah, that could be
they don't want to
a
call
thing.
the police.
That makes more practical sense. But you call 911.
I would just pretend like I was never there if I was undocumented.
Yeah, but if you mowed around it, it looks like you were there.
Well, I'm undocumented, so I was never there. Technically on paper and in real life, I was never there.
There's no record of me whatsoever.
Absolutely
and the guy's
not.
dead. He can't ID me.
Exactly.
Having an overdose of the pills, my wife.
Overdose of what?
Marijuana. I don't know if it had something in it. Can you please send rescue?
Did you guys have fever or anything?
No, I think we're dying.
Okay, how much did you guys have?
I don't know. We made brownies, and I think we're dead. Time is going by really, 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 really slow.
Smoke weed every day.
I will say, I don't know who said about the whole stick poking thing. That's not just for kids. Adults do that too. I remember when we were on vacation in Myrtle Beach, my mom and I were taking like an early morning jog, and what we thought was a jellyfish like washed up on shore, and my mom was like, poke it. I'm like, I'm not poking it. She's like, go get a stick and poke it. She was like, I want to see what happens. I'm like, you poke it with a stick. And I poked it with a stick and flipped it over, and sure enough, it was a jellyfish. And it like was pulsating.
Okay, but you thought it was a jellyfish or what? She didn't think it was a dead body.
No. It was
I know she thinks birds are pterodactyls, but you can kind of tell a jellyfish is a jellyfish.
It was just something in the sand, and it had a really thick, purple, juicy head. I was trying to give a description. There's no other way I could say it.
But it was clearly a jellyfish, Alan. It had a thick,
and she's like, Cody, get your mouth off that.
There was no other
get your mouth off that
that
juicy purple head.
And she said, I think that's a jellyfish in the sand. Poke it. And I'm like, I'm not poking it. It's in there. I'm not like, she was like, get a stick and poke it. Poke it with a stick. And I was like, okay. I poked it, and it pulsated. Like, it just like went in and out.
That thick purple veiny head started pulsating.
And then
and Poundcake ran for the hills.
And then I kind of like stuck the stick in the dirt a little bit and flipped it up. And then I saw everything underneath, and I was like, ugh! And then
the sand, please. The sand.
I did.
What did he say?
I stuck the stick in the dirt.
In the dirt, yeah.
In the sand, whatever.
In the beach dirt.
Yeah,
I think that's what they call
the
sand
dirt
down
hole.
there. Yep. And you live to tell the tale.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
That's the first time I've ever seen a jellyfish. Like it just looked like a Jello bubble. It was weird.
Oh yeah.
Looked like a big
little ones pop up in this. We were in the Jersey Shore.
need a Gillette Anti-Chafe Stick. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Down.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see Five Nights at Freddy's. This was a wildly popular game a few years ago, and they've made a movie of it. And we're going to do a sneak preview on Wednesday night out at Cinemark Valley View. When the night shift starts, the nightmares begin. That's what it says. Five Nights at Freddy's is going to be in theaters 1 week from today. It's also going to stream on Peacock if you want to sit in your couch and watch it. But you can get it a couple nights early. Wednesday, Cinemark Valley View, a couple of passes for Five Nights at Freddy's. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. I want to watch live. You can do it right there. And who's helping out today? Let me take a look. Last day of the week. Oh, boy. Listerine Shekelho is hanging out today. Thank you so much. Listerine. Boy, what a great name. Reminds me of an old Chuck Berry song. Next week on the program, I'm going to have passes for you for a variety of things. Really runs the gamut next week. They are doing Ancient Aliens Live tour. You ever watch that show, Ancient Aliens?
No, I've seen a meme of it.
The meme with the guy with the crazy hair, right? That's his name's like Giorgio Zakatsukas or something. And he's like the main dude there. But Ancient Aliens Live is coming to Northfield Park on November the 2nd. It's a couple of days after Halloween. That's a big show over there on the History Channel. So if that blows your skirt up, I'll have those tickets for you next week. We'll put you at the Mushroom Head 30th anniversary and Halloween show. That is next Saturday. We're playing some Mushroom Head this Saturday on 2 hours to midnight.
Nice.
Get you ready for that show. I'll have Cavs tickets for you next week. The Warriors are going to be in town on the 5th.
Ready for some basketball.
The Romo Fijo. So we'll hand those off. And Machine Head is on the road with Fear Factory. They're going to play MGM Northfield Park in February. So those tickets, all that waiting for you next week on the program. And, yeah, I mentioned 2 hours to midnight. That's our metal show here for people who are into that. It's 10 o'clock Saturday nights. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. And then Sunday morning, it's Weekend Cox. And that is 2 hours, the best stuff from this show.
Well, we're on the theme of two. There are 2 tickets left for my show in Wadsworth on Saturday.
And where is that?
Great Oaks Tavern.
The Great Oaks Tavern. Yeah, at the end of yesterday's show, there were 3 tickets left.
Yes.
Somebody bought 1 ticket.
No, what happened was somebody bought 2 tickets and there's only 1, and then they added another seat so that, because selling 1 ticket's very hard. So selling a pair.
That's why I was surprised.
Yeah, so they added another one just so they could have like a full sellout.
Okay.
So they added an extra seat just for whoever is lucky enough to get it. So BillSquire.com for that. And then there's a few seats left for my comedy special taping at the Agora, December 22nd. More 2s. That's why I bring that up, because there's a lot. 2 hours to midnight. 2 tickets left. December 22nd. What you said 2 on a few other things.
Well, 2 hours of the best stuff from the week on this show.
There you go.
Sunday mornings is called the Weekend Cox.
Yes. More 2s.
I guess I could call it 2 hours of Cox, but I mean, it was.
I think we
Weekend
have to do a
Cox is when they told me they wanted to start doing a weekend thing. I said just call it the Weekend Cox, and that's that. You know, it's long been. I don't know if it's apocryphal, but there's this story that has circulated about the CEO of Costco and how deathly opposed he was to raising the price of their hot dog. The Costco hot dog is famously, is it $1.50 or is it $1?
It's the combo is, I believe, $1.50, where you get a hot dog and a fountain drink.
And the CEO of Costco, I don't know if it's the current one or the former one, or the guy who, he said, if you raise the price of those hot dogs, there's going to be hell to pay because the hot dogs are a loss leader. They're not looking to make money on those, but it's a way for them to go, hey, look at this when the price of everything else is going up. We keep our wieners at $1. Well, Costco is changing hands, and so some people, when I say some people are worried about, I don't know who the people are who would be worried about the price of the Costco hot dog. You know, when you're going to get a hay bale size of a dinner napkins, I don't know if you're really worried about the price of the hot dog. But again, because it's remained the same price during all manner of economic turmoil, people kind of look to that as their North Star there at Costco. But the CEO of Costco is stepping down, and the new CEO of Costco started 40 years ago there as a forklift operator. You want a guy who literally worked his way all the way through the ranks of the company.
Because Costco is one of those places that you always hear about as one of the best places to work.
Yes.
And if this is a guy that was promoted from within, from forklift operator, forklift certified, there's nothing that's legit, he will probably keep those same values. And I'm sure the owner or the former CEO will want them to have it seem like nothing changed.
Also, imagine the kind of camaraderie you have with the rank and file when you're a CEO who can go into the warehouse and start rocking it on the forklift. So the guy who's going to...
Not going to be like Michael Scott when he went downstairs. was trying to hang.
It was like if Daryl became the CEO of Dunder Mifflin.
That close to being the manager.
Yeah. Yep. Stupid Robert California. So the guy who's going to become the CEO is the current president. So he's been in a C-suite for a while, but they make it a point to point out this guy started with the company 40 years ago in the warehouse as a forklift operator. And so the current CEO he's been doing it for about 12 years. And on January 1st, a guy named Ron Vacris is going to take over as CEO. And of course, these guys, because they have to be careful, anytime there's a change in management, these companies can see a wobble in the stock. And so they want to make everybody...
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
They see a little jaw wobble in the stock. So they want to put everybody's mind at ease that, no, it's from within. And now I don't know why the current guy is leaving. That seems abrupt. That's what I'd like to know. But under the outgoing CEO, Costco opened up self-checkouts, which are kind of the bane of people who are actually employed at these places. But they started selling the rotisserie chickens.
Hey, those rotisserie chickens are good.
I've never had one. But
have you ever even gotten a grocery store or like a rotisserie chicken from any place like that?
I mean, I'm sure at some point, if you're going to make like barbecue chicken nachos or something, you want like shredded chicken, right? But now you can buy shredded chicken.
Right.
Back in the day, you had to get a rotisserie chicken, get your meat claws or your forks.
Or you just buy chicken breast and slow cook it and shred it up. There's plenty of ways.
Too.
There's a lot of ways to make shredded chicken.
A lot of ways to do it. But no, I could not point to a time where I went and bought a rotisserie chicken. No. Poundcake's partial to the ones at Walmart because that's what his mom likes.
Yeah, but
they are good ones.
I've strayed a bit.
What's your?
You've cheated on Walmart.
What's your favorite go-to right now?
Well, I would say my favorite is a Walmart chicken. Well, no, Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle was the one I lost all that weight on. So Giant Eagle, out of convenience. There's not a Walmart.
Wait a second. You think you lost a lot of weight because they have special chicken?
No, I didn't say they have special chicken. I'm just saying that is my favorite because that's the one that I used to lose all the weight.
Wait, was it because it wasn't
tastes
that
like
good?
Chicken. Wait, what?
You're like, I'm not that. I'll get one of them Giant Eagle rotisserie chickens because that way I won't want to eat as much and then I'll lose weight.
You could have lost the same amount of weight on anyone's chicken.
I understand that.
So what are you saying?
Those were just the convenient ones.
That was out of convenience. There isn't a Walmart close to me.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
So
it's logistics.
So I was like, if I had a favorite, it would be the one that I use most, that I eat most frequently. And
so it's your favorite because it's the closest.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And they're all around the same price.
The Lucky's one's decent.
But
how much rotisserie chicken are you guys eating that you know everyone's rotisserie chicken?
Not that often, but I just have. I mean,
I eat them.
It was an easy meal when my like
it's my protein.
It's still an easy meal. I haven't had one in a while, but
I do a lot with it.
Yeah, you can grab a rotisserie chicken and use it for so many different things.
Yeah, I make a wrap. I'll have like a little chicken with like a chicken sandwich with it, and have variety of sauce, and then you can really make it like a healthy meal. So it just depends on what you do with it. I'm not just taking off a piece of chicken and then eating it, and that's my meal. But I jazz it up.
All right, you jazz it up. Yes, I believe
I make it a salad or whatever.
I believe chicken is widely renowned as being a healthy
What's
protein.
the problem with Lucky's Chicken?
They only give you 2 rotisserie chickens, and it makes me mad. And
what do you mean only 2? Oh, you can only buy 2?
2 per customer. And I'm like, what is this? Russia? What is it? China? You can't.
But that's on Wednesday when they have a special low price on it.
It says no. The picture that I sent to the group chat says
maybe
2
it was
per
that.
customer. Forever.
Any day of the week.
But also, how many do you need?
That's not the point. I want the option to buy more. What if I'm buying one for me, one for my mom, and then I want to, I'm dropping off something. Maybe I'm going to a funeral or something. I want to buy a couple.
I need a funeral chicken.
I need several chickens. You tell me I can only buy 2?
Right. I'll tell you what, Giant Eagle rotisserie chicken is fine, but Giant Eagle's fried chicken is sneaky good.
I don't buy fried chicken. Like, if I'm going to go to the store and buy chicken, it's going to be a rotisserie chicken because I can do more with it. Fried chicken's just going to be fried chicken.
What is this, Russia?
I'm just saying, don't tell me how many chickens I'm allowed to buy.
Yeah, he's like, this is America, homie.
Poundcake just going to Lucky's in different costumes buying this.
I'm wearing disguise to get more chickens.
Pardon me, sir. You were just in here. You can't fool us with those glasses.
Hello.
I want to know who has gotten stopped by buying more than 1 chicken or more than 2 chickens.
That's probably on the honor system. Well, no, if you check out and you got 5 chickens, they go, sorry, I can only sell you 2.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's when you'll see me on one of those viral videos on Twitter or on TikTok.
What? You're going to plant your flag. That's the hill you're going to die on.
Don't
is chicken.
tell me how many chickens I'm allowed to. It's my hard-earned American dollars.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can plant your flag in that because of the fact that you didn't vote.
He's still hard earning his American dollars.
I'm a taxpayer.
He is a taxpayer.
He's relaxing.
However, that's got nothing to do with a private business setting their prices. But here's what I'm saying. They have a finite number of chickens, and so they go, well, we can't have people coming in and buying 10 of them.
Yes, they can.
No, we want other customers to be... They don't want customers going elsewhere to get chicken.
It's only on the chickens. They ain't say nothing when COVID was happening when everyone was buying up the toilet paper. Why do they make it so the chicken? Y'all don't care about wasting trees. Y'all care about all the chickens y'all slicing up.
I imagine the chicken is probably much pricier than the toilet paper.
But all the more reason where you should want to get rid of them.
And there's way more toilet paper than chicken. Hello, I've just come from a long journey, and I would love... He's got like a monocle, a top hat, like he's on Cleveland Monopoly. I've just come from a long journey, and I'd like 4 rotisserie chickens, please. I'm sorry, sir, we can only sell you 2. What? What is this, Russia? I just returned from Russia, and they only would sell me 2 rotisserie chickens. Well, okay. Well, then why don't you go somewhere where you can have unlimited chicken?
Well, I do.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they're all out. Because I'm assuming people are like, oh, well, since I can only get 2 chickens, I got to buy my 2 right now because I'm not going to be able to get any more. So every time I go there, they're out. Unless I go the day that they're put out. The very day that they're in underneath the little heater.
They put them out every day.
Well, they're gone by the time I get to them.
You got to go early.
That's why they're rationing them.
I go in the morning. I go before. Now that I don't have a
That's why they're putting 2 max, because they're so popular. They can't put their chicken out and have 2 people come in and buy all of them up.
And you can't go too early in the morning. There's chicken time, and it's usually around like 11.
Shut up, Bill.
I'm just saying. If you want to know the intricacies of rotisserie chicken
etiquette
purchasing, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock is probably when they start putting them out there.
Do you know when chicken time is?
I'm just guessing. I don't have the problems it seems that Poundcake has.
Yeah, he's really going to the mat for this chicken.
I like the
He
options.
takes it as a point of it's a personal insult to him.
But
it's an affront as an American. By the way, a process in which he opts not to, take part in. But it's a personal affront to him as an American that he can't purchase as much as he wants.
My mother.
It's the curse of being an American. You assume you can have as much of whatever you want whenever you want it.
My mom will swear up and down that the different rotisserie chickens from the various stores taste different. Like she can tell a Walmart chicken.
Different seasoning. We should bring Teresa in here and line them up and see if she can pick out the Walmart chicken.
We'll see, because she swears up and down that she can taste the difference, and she's like, these chickens aren't as good. It has to be a Walmart chicken. Now I found a hidden gem because I didn't even know Drug Mart sold rotisserie chickens.
Drug Marts are
They sell everything.
Back when they.
But not every Drug Mart has them.
I know.
The one that we had over in Independence, they had rotisserie chickens, and they were legit.
You can get a rotisserie chicken, a carburetor, and a greeting card, and a 10-pack of Mylar balloons.
They save you the runaround.
Yeah.
But yeah, the one over there, I was none the wiser. When I would leave the show, back when we were on Oak Tree, I would go to that Drug Mart in Independence, and I would get a rotisserie chicken, and they were plump. And you get a lot of bang for your buck there. I don't know what they put in them, but they were stacked, boy. I'm like, oh my God, these are a bomb rotisserie chicken. So as far as the taste test, like they all kind of taste the same to me. Not like once you peel off all the skin, like it all tastes the same. But there's some that last a lot longer. I would say the Drug Mart chickens out of all of them, and there's not that many of those. There's only a couple Drug Marts that sell rotisserie chickens.
That means because they're made with care.
And believe it or not, they don't have a limit. You could buy as many as you want.
Now, knowing you as we do, and understanding that you place a high value or value, if you will, on spite. You go to a place that says, "Hey, you can only buy 2 chickens." Do you say, "Well, then I'll take all of my business elsewhere"?
But you know that convenience comes first. And that's close to where I live.
That's what they're counting on, though, too. They're counting on you huffing and puffing your way past them chickens and going and buying all the other stuff you need a couple aisles over.
Like if it will save me like a run to Giant Eagle or a run to Walmart, then I'm like, fine. But
I won't like it.
I'm snotty about it.
Yeah.
Every time I look at the sign and someone's behind me, I'm like...
Well, there's a lot of places like, for instance, Costco, right? There's a lot of places that are like, well, we want to keep our prices at a certain point. So they just open their own chicken processing plant. So they own the means of production. And there's a lot of places that can't do that. So they're like, well, this is what they cost. I mean, Right before the pandemic, Costco opened a $500 million poultry complex in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska, so they could keep their prices low. They're like, we'll invest in this, and then we won't have ne'er-do-wells coming in here screaming that they can't buy as many as they want. Like Cody. The plant processes 2 million birds a week. That is a lot of fake meat because, of course, birds are all drones. So that is, man.
We're also getting really close to the 3D printed chicken being
3D print. Boy, it's a brave new world, isn't it? You can make your own ghost gun and your own dinner. This 3D printed chicken.
Giant Eagle apparently has 3 different kinds of rotisserie chicken, according to one of our members of the group chat on the live stream, which is...
Who does it?
Giant Eagle. They have 3 different seasonings, it seems like.
Well, I will always defer to the audience on their rotisserie chicken.
Well, she works there, so I'm going to give her...
That's what I'm saying. I have next to none. So what?
I don't eat the skin.
So then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tasted the difference. I always slather it in sauce anyways.
Sauce slathering son of a bitch.
He's like, I take off the skin because it's the less healthy part, but then I slather it in sauce.
It's so true.
Fat
what's
and
your,
goop.
What's your sauce for slathering? Barbecue?
I make my own little concoction. I have honey mustard sauce. I put it in a bowl, and then I put hot sauce, and I want it to be like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a hot honey mustard.
A hot honey mustard. I make it my own because it has to be the
That
right
actually sounds really good.
It is good.
And as far as...
You can just buy hot honey mustard, right?
He's got his own thing. What hot sauce do you use for it?
I think it's red... Is it Red Rooster?
Okay, yeah, I think that's one.
I forget the name of it, but I know it's red something. It has a little target on it.
I believe that's Target brand.
No, it has like it's like a little red dot. I think it's Red Rooster hot sauce.
All right. That's what you swear by. Okay. Well, we've solved more of the world's problems. I've got to take a break. If you want to go see comedian Nate Bargatze, he is on the Be Funny tour, and it's bringing him to Cleveland. He's going to do Playhouse Square, and I'll have a couple of tickets for you. Coming back from the break, and then 3:30, another keyword to hopefully get you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Now, you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Cloudy skies for your Friday with scattered showers, highs in the upper 50s. Breezy tonight with showers likely, overnight lows in the mid to upper 40s. For your Saturday, mostly cloudy with a chance of lake effect rain showers, highs in the 50s.
This report is sponsored by Petiti Garden Center.
At Hi, I'm H.A. Petiti. Don't miss the patio furniture clearance event happening right now only at Petiti Garden Centers in Oakwood Village. Shop all floor models from one massive showroom at 75% off. Petitis were locally grown and family owned.
When the going gets tough, Ram trucks keep you going. Hurry in for great deals during Ram Power Days. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $469 a month for 42 months with $4,014 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 35,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 10/31.
Hey there, it's Alan for FanDuel. You know what? If you're not betting on FanDuel yet, I don't know what you're doing because all NFL season long, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. All you do is place a $5 bet. So yeah, $200 back in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, no better time than right now. Use my name to get on, FanDuel.com/Cox. to do the NFL season right. The app is super easy to use. They're always changing things up. There's a million different ways you can bet. If you want to do spreads, player props, you want to do straight money line, however you want to do it, FanDuel.com/Cox to get on. FanDuel is an official partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Clavin of the Clavin Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are impressive.
During Ram Power Days, select a new Ram
our show, we'll pull back the curtain and give you the type of honest, unfiltered advice we usually reserve for top executives.
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see comedian Nate Bargatze, who is coming back to Cleveland. He's on the Be Funny tour. That's all you need to do. It's going to be Saturday, November 18th. About 1 month away at KeyBank State Theater down the street at Playhouse Square. Go to playhousesquare.org if you want to buy tickets, get info on the show, whatever. I'll give you the last pair I have this week. 2 for Nate Bargatze. Funny dude, obviously. For you, caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Palm, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you about 10 minutes from now. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I'm just looking over some photos that Melissa sent me. We were talking about people's front yard Halloween displays. There was a guy in North Carolina whose family now is understandably distraught because the landscaping crew thought that his dead body was a Halloween display, and so they mowed around it. He was kind of off the beaten path. So there's a lot of questions there that still need to be answered. The guy had a history of substance abuse, but I think the local authorities don't suspect any foul play. But Melissa sent me some photos. She said every year I do a political themed display, which those are words that, make a lot of people pucker up. But hers are in her front yard. She's got the Dead Women's March. And it's like skeletons in, I don't know if they're supposed to be Ruth Bader Ginsburg
or
what.
Throw those up on the middle screen.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see here. Wasn't sure what I could show you. Hold on. There we go. How about that?
There we go.
Fighting Fascism from the Grave. Dead Women's March. Sojourner Truth. RBG. Of course, the requisite vote yes on issue 1. That goes without saying. No justice, no RIP. Yeah, so I don't know where she lives. That's a flex, boy. And I don't know who could argue with that fundamentally, but I think there's a lot of people, they see anything.
Oh, they'll find a way. Yeah.
You think so?
Always, yeah.
Huh. People mad at fighting fascism?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they'll be like,
World War II, that was the whole point, right? I know there's, even back then we had, they filled Madison Square Garden with Nazi sympathizers. So I realize everything old is new again, but it is strange to me, the things that are somehow controversial. So, yeah, that Ruth. Now, for all I know, part of this might not be a decoration. She may have exhumed Ruth Bader Ginsburg's actual remains and somehow put them in her front yard. And that would be a real get. I don't know where RBG is interred, the notorious RBG, but there it is. Did I mention I got money about 5 or 6 minutes? Another $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. 5 o'clock, I'll have the last trip this week to L.A. for our Alter Ego Festival. We do that big thing. It's a nice opportunity to get you out of Cleveland in January and send you to L.A. We do the music festival in Vegas. We do Alter Ego out in L.A. This year it's going to be at the Honda Auditorium in Anaheim. We normally do it at, what's the Staples Center now?
Oh, crypto.com.
Is that what it is? Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of. We usually do it at another venue, but there was a scheduling thing this year, so it's going to be in Anaheim, but it'll still be a lot of fun. We mentioned that our friend Intense Randy has already won one of those trips, so who knows? Maybe you'll be seated next to him. By the way, earlier in the show, when we mentioned at the top of the show that Poundcake is going to be going to 2 Monsters games over the course of 2 nights, and I think we rightly assumed it was just probably because he had sweet passes or a food voucher or something like that. But
I'm a booster.
You are a booster. That's true. I mean, when anybody talks about who are the biggest Cleveland Monsters boosters, Poundcake, as he is the newly minted best sports talker in Cleveland, right there at the top of that list. But somebody, maybe Steve, said, hey, I'm going to be in seat whatchamacallit, and I'll buy Poundcake a beer. Do you know where you're going to be?
No, not as of yet.
Oh, okay. He's going to be at C121.
I don't know where that is.
Well, they have signs that will point you to various. Here's what you do, all right? Because I said, he was texting me, and I said, oh, what's your name? Where are you going to be? And he said, I'm going to be in C121. Steve from Middleburg Heights. He said, I'll even buy Poundcake a beer. So here's what you do. You get yourself to C121, and then you just go, Steve! Repeatedly. Hey, anybody here named Steve? Now, 40-plus guys will probably raise their hands. But you can winnow that down. Middleburg Heights. And probably 10 arms will go down. And then you can figure it out from there. But what a way to make new friends.
I'm down with that. As long as he's a booster. Go team.
Go team. Poundcake and them Cleveland Monsters, boy. He is...
Smell the testosterone in
He
there.
loves it. Yep. Wants to see those guys getting in fights. I'm going to be at the Romo Fijo on Sunday night. I'll be at that Kiss show. And I only mention that because I'm going to be giving people floor tickets. So we're doing a Show Your Buzzard event. And we do this pretty frequently. Where it's like, hey, you're wearing MMS gear, we can upgrade you. So I'm going to be there. Corey Roddick's going to be there. Stansbury's going to be there. We all have floor tickets. And so I'm going to be looking for people further up from where I am. I'm not on the floor. I'm in the 100s, I think. But I'm going to be looking for people in the nosebleeds. And if somebody's wearing MMS gear, I'm going to give them floor tickets. So that'll be fun. That'd be a great time. The very last Kiss show, asterisk or not, in Cleveland. Let's say it is. That was my thought. You know, the joke is that these guys have been doing a farewell tour for the last 30 years, and that's only half kidding. But my thought was, what if it is the last time? And I've never seen a full Kiss show. So that's why I'm going. My son's coming in. We're going to go to Kiss. He'll be my cameraman because I'll be filming the people who get upgraded. It'll be a whole thing. Yes, Nate Bargatze hosting SNL next week. That's right. Giving away those tickets. Foo Fighters making their first return to SNL after Taylor Hawkins' death. They haven't been there. That's a couple of years now, right? Taylor Hawkins been dead. Is it going to be a couple of years next March, maybe? I feel like he died in the spring.
Yeah, I think it'll be 2 years in the spring.
March 25 of 2022. So it'll be, 2 years. Next spring for Taylor Hawkins. I was also reading a thing about how The Exorcist, you know, they just dropped that reboot of The Exorcist, and I don't think it did nearly what they thought it was going to do. It's called Exorcist Believer. I was going to go see it, and then I was like, I'll just wait for it to stream. But the original Exorcist, I was talking to somebody this morning, and they were talking about Halloween movies, and they were like, do you have a favorite scary movie or one that, like, blew your mind? And I said, not really. I grew up on a steady diet of horror movies. But The Exorcist sticks in my mind because I was so young when I saw it. It came out in 1973. By the time I was 10, it was on network television. I still don't know. They must have sold an assload of commercials because The Exorcist, edited for television, had to have been like 45 minutes long. And so just with all the awful stuff cut out, it, you know, blew my face off as a kid. I was terrified. A little Catholic boy where you go, it could happen, all that dumb stuff. So I was terrified. Didn't watch it again until high school. So that OG Exorcist, and if you've seen newsreels from the early 70s, there had never been anything like that. You know, there are lines around the block for this movie. People passing out in the theater. People screaming, you know, women, they would stick a microphone in their face, a local news in Times Square, and these girls would just be sobbing this movie because it was really intense. So I was reading a thing this morning, they were talking about how The Exorcist is turning 50. And it was, quote unquote, based on a true story. There was a story of a boy in Seattle who had supposedly been possessed. The movie The Exorcist had come from a book. There's a book called, it's called The Exorcist. And the book had come out in 1971. They adapted it into the movie. And the article was like, oh, the original Exorcist is turning 50. And I was thinking, oh, that makes sense. It probably came out at Halloween. So I looked it up. The original Exorcist came out the day after Christmas, which is genius. Whoever the marketing department there, that is genius. Because normally these days you think a movie like that, I mean, they dropped this Exorcist reboot a couple of weeks ago. Because they pushed it up a week or back a week or something because they didn't want to go up against the Taylor Swift movie because they knew that was going to blow everybody out of the water, and they were right. Taylor Swift didn't even go through a studio. They just put it out.
She doesn't need to. She
doesn't need to.
Everything herself.
That's right. Doesn't need to. So I thought that was hilarious. Exorcist drops December 26th, 1973. And yeah, I didn't watch it again until I was in college. There was a Saturday night one weekend, and my girlfriend's like, what do you want to do? And I said, I'll tell you what I want to do. I need to watch The Exorcist, and you're going to watch it with me because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. It's a classic movie. I can't be a horror movie fan in good standing and be a legal adult and still scared of that movie. And so I watched it with her. And at the end, I was like, okay, it's kind of cartoony when you get a little bit older, but it was still dynamite. I can watch it now all the time. I love that movie now. But when I was a kid, I just was pissing myself. That and the original Amityville Horror were two. Because again, I'm growing up a Catholic kid where all that crap is put into your head that that's all real and it's possible. And then you get older and you go, oh, that's all nonsense. That's all silly. Silly. The people have devils in them. Silly. It's a holdover from when, you know, people didn't know anything about science or medicine or so, but a great movie. And the stories are interesting too. I remember reading the Exorcist book, and it's a terrifying book because William Peter Blatty, who was the guy who wrote it, great author, just a fantastic job with that book. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Let me give away this money real quickly, and then I'll get right to you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
What's up, Woody?
Nothing but the rent. How you doing?
Hey. Good. Hey-oh. He's got it.
Guys, I've been up all night long drinking absinthe and doing a little crystal.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, drinking absinthe all night. You got the slotted spoon and the sugar cubes too?
You better believe it, McMillan.
Nice. What's that?
And this is what I came up with. Are you ready? Wait for it.
This is why, Cody.
Looking on the chili dog. 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 Wait for the refrain. Looking on the chili dog. Looking on the chili dog. Looking on the chili dog. Is it working for you?
I got to tell you, I like it a lot. It feels derivative, but it's a Friday, so I'll allow it. That's fine.
It's a nice tribute.
And,
yeah.
Well, hey, what's bananas before you cut me off is I got so enthralled about the Exorcist movie. I was going to be sitting on a crucifix. Sitting on. But anyway, that's another.
What? Last time I did
quit while he's ahead.
Last time I did absinthe, Woody, I got engaged. So,
hey, Bill, I'll be at dinner. Come to your show, baby. We got tickets.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, look at that.
Which one are you talking about? The taping?
The 24th, 23rd, the Christmas show, right?
22nd, yes, December 22nd. Yeah.
Woody's going to miss it by one night. He's going to be at the door of the Agora going, hey, I got these tickets for the 23rd.
Yeah, the comedy special taping at the Agora, December 27th. Thank you, Woody. I can't wait to see you there, bud.
This absinthe is great, man.
Oh, yeah. Really good.
Yeah,
he's out there working his fingers to the bone, Woody. He's out there on the guitar. Okay, thank you, Woody. I appreciate that.
Your fingers to the bone. What do you get?
Bony fingers. very funny young man who's going to be opening the Bill Squire comedy taping. It's going to be Martin Malloy, who was just recently voted Best Male Comedian by Cleveland Scene Magazine. There's a standard deviation there of, plus or minus one. And then Mary Santora, who is on this show occasionally. And Bill Squire, your headliner, recording a new hour for his new special.
Very
and then
excited
that
about
will
it.
premiere on YouTube, I assume?
Well, we don't know yet. So
or will you go the Taylor Swift route and just send it right to the theaters?
We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see if I can get my the Swifties to come out.
The Swifties.
The Bi Squires.
Oh, that's great. The Bi Squad?
Yeah.
That might bring a different group of people there. But
You know what? If they're buying tickets, I don't care.
the Swifties,
The
yeah.
Swifties, get the Swifties out there. But no, I'm working with a producer, and we're going to
produce.
Shop it to a few different agencies and stuff like that, or streaming services. I have some contacts with different places that put out content, whether it's going to be Netflix or HBO or some other YouTube channel where they buy it from me. That might be a thing.
Gotcha.
So it just all depends. But it's going to be, it's a big event. So we need people to buy the tickets so it looks as good as it's going to, as funny as it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. A multiple camera shoot.
7.
It's a 36 cam. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, not quite 36. We're doing 7.
All right.
Maybe 9, something
All
like
right.
that.
You going to have the sweeping arm, the jib, or what's that called? You're going to have the guy in the thing?
Listen, if we sell it out tomorrow, yeah, we could probably swing that.
All right.
But honestly, in comedy specials, I don't like when it's too,
produced.
You talk about how things can be overwritten. I don't think when things are over filmed, because Amy Schumer's new special is a lot of that sweeping arm shot, and I would rather not think about the cinematography. I think you just want to, you can keep it real simple with stand-up, and it doesn't matter.
Well, also, usually people doing that are in theater shows or comics at that level that are shooting like that, it's because they're trying to show how big the audience is.
Right.
So it's more of a flex than anything that makes sense.
And we'll have big audience shots like that. And there's ways you can do it without the big, you can kind of cheat it with modern technology. You don't need the...
Show the same row over and over.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying you don't have to rent the giant crane like you would have to for some that costs a lot of money.
I like when they used to do, HBO used to do the half-hour comedy hour, or they would do... these shows that would have up-and-coming comics, they would have them in the theater. And it was clearly a showcase that they would then chop into, their particular segments. But they would, the B-roll was them showing, the same people laughing. It was like an old Flintstones cartoon where they would run the length of the house and the same tree and window would go by. That's how they would cheat those old comedy specials like that. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I was just wondering, did you ever see the Exorcist director's cut?
Oh, I sure did. It was, I have
That's the first one I saw. I saw that in theaters in 2000 or 1999 when they released it in theaters.
I think I have the 25th anniversary or 30th anniversary DVD or something. It's got that documentary on it.
Yeah. I mean, I had to turn on the lights when she came down the stairs upside down with her head turned.
It's pretty intense, yeah. I mean, it's wild.
I mean, that's what I was just wondering.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. There's Nancy out in Broadview Heights. Bills fans should be called the Squirties. All right, well, that's something too. Something to consider.
Hello, Alan. Well, thanks to you, I can never listen to System of a Down without hearing Poundcake in my head going, la 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 la. Love me, love you, to hate the show.
Yeah, that was the System of a Down, BYOB is the song that led into the show today. And I was singing the same thing. I hear Poundcake too when we play that. Anytime we play that song. La, 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 la.
Everybody's going to the party, have a real good.
That's right.
Well,
and then
that's too
Poundcake
bad.
gave a 2-hour speech on the Armenian genocide.
Well, that's too bad. You guys ruined computer love for me, so...
Ruined it?
You
improved it. What are you talking about? It was your very first song here on the show.
I can't hear that song without hearing myself, which is not how I intended it. I wanted to hear. Is it your face I see?
Oh, my computer screen.
Oh, it's so good.
I don't know.
From
why I thought this
Zap,
was
the Pride of Dayton, Ohio. What's that?
I don't know why I thought this was purged. What song of mine got purged?
Turd Burglar in Paradise didn't make it, which I'm really bummed about because that's my fault. I should have had that on
We should
disc
have
somewhere.
Cut it.
No, we did it for Jamaica. It's very much of the time, and Erica did the background vocals on it.
We'll do Turd Burglar in Paradise, Poundcake's version.
PC version.
Right. So that's the one that comes to mind. There's probably a couple of other ones that were in the involuntary purge, but I have to take a break here. I'll have those Alkaline Trio tickets for you if you want to go see Matt Skiba and the boys. They are coming back to Cleveland to play for you. And if you want to text me for anything else, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. A bit of advice this football season. Always bet on Buzzard. The Buzzard Bookie is back. When you bet on any of 9 keywords a day, you can get a $1,000 bonus. Get in on the action at 30 past the hour every hour. Looking for boosted odds specials? Look somewhere else. The Buzzard Bookie pays out $1,000 9 times every weekday. WMMS reminds you to please listen responsibly. Listening problem? Good. That's the whole point.
100.7.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
It's the most craveable time of the year once again at GetGo. The Pilgrim Sub is back. Give
eliminate the invisible enemy.
That you can join me and the iHeart team tomorrow morning for the 2023 Walk to End Alzheimer's. There's still time for you to register or just donate. It's at the Cleveland Metro Park Zoo. You can join us, Team iHeart for a Cure. All the info at alz.org/walk.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium. Then again, next year, you get the latest iPhone. Every year. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dialed text message from iHeartMedia.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, so return to the Alkaline Trio. We want to go see Matt Skiba and, you know, whoever he's got with him these days. Bit of a revolving door with that band. But the pride of Chicago, Illinois. Back in Cleveland next spring. Gotta wait a minute. Friday, March 8th, they'll play the world-famous Agora. Not sure who's coming with them, but they have good taste. So, agoracleveland.com for the details, tickets, info, all that. Last pair from me this week for the Alkaline Trio. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You want to send me a text, 35192 is how you do that. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio. From outside Ohio, tell me where. I always like to know where our brand new bureau chiefs are. It's kind of feast or famine. I'll have people hit me up. And I always appreciate when people update me on their relocation, too, which is, of course, not necessary, but I do like it. Erica is a bureau chief in Gimpo, South Korea. I think she hit Bill up on the live stream. On the YouTube, was that true?
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'm here in South Korea.
Correct.
And I'm listening. Right across the line from them North Korean nukes. Matt listens in Irwin, PA. Jerry is a new bureau chief in Palm Harbor, Florida. Chelsea's up in Peterborough, Ontario. Emily listens in the beautiful city of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Ken's down in Charlotte. And Steve listens in Tooele, Utah. So there you go. And if you are watching the live stream, you tip of the hat to Listerine Shekelho, who's helping out today.
Doing a good job.
By the way, as we go into the weekend, we designate the beginning of that around here with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, that'll be a little bit later on. And again, I've mentioned it before. I don't want to be a broken record, but there are people who have told me, hey, Alan, no disrespect, but Fridays to me, it's just all preamble to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Exactly.
Is all it is.
My sentiments, exactly.
Oh, was that you that left me that message?
I mean, there's probably millions of people leaving me that message, but I am in lockstep with them.
All right. Millions. Wow.
If not billions.
Good for us, if not billions. Cavaliers play tonight. They are in Indiana to play the Potchairs, I believe, taken from the Latin. And 7 o'clock is your tip-off. This is their final preseason game. They'll start the regular season on Wednesday against the Nets. They'll start it up in Brooklyn. They'll come home to play their first game at the Romo Fijo 1 week from tonight, 7:30 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. But tonight, 7 o'clock in Indiana. And then 6:30 is when the pregame will get going. So we'll roll out at 6:30, throw you another $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, and then right into Cavs pregame tonight. Okay, so a bunch of people sent me this story, and they're like, do you think that this is made up? And it feels very Hollywood to me, the story about Cher and her much younger boyfriend breaking up because he just couldn't keep up with her in bed. And I'm like, boy, this is a PR. Absolutely. This is a press release that goes out, and I don't know why, because God bless Cher, but she's 77 years old. And I don't know why you have to, like, maintain that part of your image. She was dating a guy who was 37 years old. He's 40 years her junior. This guy, Alexander Edwards. And he was doing his own thing. Like, I guess in some circles, people know who he is. I don't know if he's a fashion designer or what it is.
Yeah, he's probably like, yeah, I can't keep getting it up for this 80-year-old lady.
But imagine the PR person, and this dude, by the way, too, who is going along pretending. I mean, that makes him look like a dope.
But it's
pretending that he couldn't
But
keep
people know
up.
his name now because of it, so.
No, understood. I mean, but yeah, that's a, you really got to want to be famous or up your profile when you're dating Cher, and who knows what they're doing behind closed doors. But listen, Cher's had a lot of work done. She has worked hard to keep herself in some kind of shape where you look at her and you go, well, she doesn't look 77, but she is 77. And so the story that's out there is she's just insatiable and wearing him out. And I had a couple people hit me up with comments. They were like, well, the guy does most of the work anyway, so that's probably why he's all gassed out. I'm like, what kind of sex are you having where you're doing all the work? First of all, the fact that you call it work is a little bit of a tip-off as to what's going on in your bedroom or your couch or your playroom or daybed or whatever. But the story from the Cher camp was that her boyfriend was just didn't know what to do. Every time he's trying to do something in the studio, she's demanding more, and it's become a burden. And so I just don't know why at this point you need that kind of validation out there.
Because she's looked at as a granny now. I don't think she's looked at as a sex symbol anymore. I think everyone knows that she is hoisted up by something.
Why?
I'm going to tell you this. There wasn't a moment in my life where I looked at Cher as a sex symbol.
Listen, when I was a kid, she was crazy hot. Yeah. Like when she was doing
never has done it for me.
GLC's Triumphs and Fields. You know, that was all great. But she's 77 years old.
Like, Sarah Jessica Parker holds the title, but Cher is the OG horseface lady.
Oh, you think she's a horseface?
I mean, that's when I was a kid, that's what I always thought when I saw her.
I thought she was really foxy.
No, she never did it for me.
And crazy talented. You know, we were talking yesterday about Gene Simmons and his 40.
And I don't think she's unattractive. She just doesn't
make a move.
Not for me, no.
We were talking
yesterday. Maybe me and this guy have it in common.
We're talking about people's body counts yesterday and how Gene Simmons, 4,800 girls, and I got among those 4,800 women, but it wasn't all road beef. Cher, Diana Ross, you know, it was a whole string of like celebrities too. Cher, of course, famously with Greg Allman. They have a kid. Sonny Bono. I mean, that was kind of the wild card there, but she was young and impressionable, whatever. I just don't know what this obsession is with. I still have to be seen as hot in my 70s. I don't understand it.
She's not a Christy Brinkley.
What does that mean?
As in she's 70 and still a sex symbol.
No, but Christy Brinkley, listen, I don't think anyone who is 70 is a sex symbol.
Christy Brinkley definitely is a sex symbol. If you look like that is she 70 or is she 60?
She's 69 years old.
Nice.
No, but what I'm saying is Christy Brinkley was a model. So I understand how difficult that can be if your entire if your entire public persona was, I'm famous because I'm hot, it cannot be easy. You know, you read that horror story about Linda Evangelista, who got jacked up in the face because she had some procedure done. Christy Brinkley has had work done. All these women,
The right amount of work, because she's great.
Well, she still looks great, but it's not like she's in that Ferrari in Vacation anymore. But I don't. So if you were a model, at least I understand the mental thing of I really want to keep myself as close to that as I can. Cher was not a model. She was a very accomplished singer and artist and all that. So I guess that's always in your brain. Getting older sucks, whatever. But this thing where you have to be like, my 40 years younger boyfriend couldn't keep up with me. It's not like the guy's 19. He's pushing 42. But, I mean,
okay,
so
Cher
weird.
before she had work done was very different. I'm used to Cher in the 90s. Like, my introduction to Cher was when she did the Beavis and Butthead movie soundtrack and did a I Got You, Babe with Beavis and Butthead.
No, Cher, like in the 80s when she was going to the Grammys with her ass hanging out. I mean, that was a big deal. That was back when Cher was like she was like the Lady Gaga of her time, because she would show up to award ceremonies with like her jugs barely covered up. She'd have her ass hanging out. I mean, that kind of stuff. Everybody's like, oh my God, Cher.
That hippie chick.
And she was in movies, and she was great in those. Witches of Eastwick, super hot in that. Moonstruck. I thought she was foxy.
Again, before 90 Mermaid Cher, and on is kind of what I think of when I think of Cher, and just never did it for me.
But to put
I think she's a great performer. She's obviously got a great body, all that stuff. Just was never my.
I understand.
Type. Yeah,
but to put it out there that like her boyfriend can't keep up.
No way.
I mean, does anybody believe that anyone who is 77 is constantly trying to have sex?
No. You know,
And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I mean, there is, you know, people want to make it a point that like, hey, just because you're old doesn't mean that you're dead, right? There's plenty of people older than that having sex.
If anything, he's tired of fetching the lube.
Yeah, how often do you want to have sex with a 77-year-old? That's what he's like, yeah, I can't keep up,
Like,
because I would rather, if she were 40, if she were 30, I'd be in there every time. But as she's a 77-year-old lady, and she wants to have sex way more than I want to with her.
But also maybe this is an option too, is that this guy started dating her to up his profile, because, you know, people are still following her around and people don't know who, it sounds like he's a producer or something. People didn't know who he was. Maybe he just assumed it was going to be a TMZ relationship. And she was like, oh no, you're getting all up in these.
Bell, and he's like,
you're getting all up in these guts on the regular. And he's like, oh God.
Just like Woody Harrelson in Kingpin. Yeah.
Hey, Tiger.
Yeah.
She's like,
he's like, I got producing to do, and she's like, smoking a cigarette.
You better get over here and get under my skirt. Yeah.
And you know he's on her payroll.
You know who pays for that studio time, don't you, Toots?
So that might be what it is, but they're split up. So she's not going to be his benefactor anymore, and he's not going to be her bonefactor. But I'm sure they had some beautiful times together. I'm sure that, you know, it's mutually beneficial, right? Because that's those kinds of things are, because that puts her in the arena of continuing to date young guys. Although she could date she could date a guy my age, and that would still be a much younger guy than her.
She could date George Clooney, and it'd be like this younger man with
Cher's robbing the cradle with George Clooney.
Do you think your mom would go out with a 37-year-old?
Shut up, Bill. My mom, she's 75 years old.
Right. So maybe a 35-year-old for her.
My mom is going to be 76 in a couple of weeks.
She takes after Cher.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I'm not asking anything about that. I'm just checking in on my mom occasionally to make sure that she's okay. I'm sorry, she's going to be 75 this year. She'll be 75 in a couple of weeks. And to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing weird like that going on. Not that it's even weird. It's just unusual, right? The heart wants what the heart wants. And if Cher wants a really, really young dude, who are we to say otherwise? But I'll tell you what, Poundcake mentions the lube. It hadn't even occurred to me, and I've told the story before. When my first full-time gig, I moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I started dating one of the sales managers. And I was 25, and she was 42, which, in retrospect, that's not that old. But at the time, it was a lot older than me. But she was foxy and kept it tight, whatever. But the first time we did stuff, she went right for the Astroglide. And I was like,
did she have the big pump?
The what?
Like a big pump of it? Or just like a...
Oh, the jug with it.
Yeah, like the ketchup at a baseball game.
Just want to make
She was
sure.
like, yeah. We laid out the slip and slide and then got to it. No, it was on the nightstand. There was I was like, oh,
Was it
right.
weird?
Well, but in retrospect, I'm like, 42 is not 72.
But you still kind of.
Was it
there's
weird?
some
I mean,
women that just need that.
It
Like,
wasn't
it's
right, but it hadn't even occurred to me. And I was like, oh, okay. No, it did. I mean,
I dated a girl that had medication that made it so she did not really produce, and so she was forward about it, and she's like, "Hey, I have to use lube because of this shot that I take."
super dry. What would that sound like, Poundcake? Trying to get in there.
Like sandpaper.
Doesn't sound like macaroni in a pot. I'll tell you that. Well,
no.
at least not maybe pre-cooked.
Oh, dry macaroni in a pot.
Just clicking.
No. She's like 40 grit sandpaper up in there.
Ouch.
Yeah. Anytime you want to leave us a message, you can. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It is 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. It's another Mike from Parma who is also catching up on the podcast and listening to Monday's show. I'm not calling with any sandwich store news. I am calling to apologize to all of the other Mikes that are in Parma. Unfortunately, I will be out of town this weekend to attend the Ohio State-Penn State game in Columbus and unable to attend the Cox Out at the Parma Tavern. But I do want to commend a Mike in Parma for coming up with this perfectly cromulent idea. Love me, love you, hate the show. Bye.
Right, I forgot about that. Another Mike in Parma called earlier in the week and said, hey, because my Cox Out on Sundays at the Parma Tavern, he goes, we should make it an unofficial Mike's from Parma meetup. And so anyway, that's out there. I mean, they do it if they want, but that Mike in Parma can't make it. He's going to be in Columbus. I forgot about that. So now we're down a Mike. Well, I'll leave it to you guys. That is, whatever. Poundcake, did you get the official invitation to the Cleveland Scene Best of Cleveland party?
I didn't.
All right.
Should I check my email or something?
It's just coming down, December the 7th.
Is it? Well, I don't know. I don't know if they have
Thursday.
Yeah. It's going to be over at Temple Live. It's going to be a whole big to-do. Thursday, December 7th. You're going to have to go and rep this program. You're going to have to do it properly.
Okay. Well, when I get the invite, I will.
All right. Save the date.
I don't want to be anywhere where I'm not wanted.
Well, no, we're all winners in our respective categories, but I'm not going to go. But you should go. You're going to wear
that
your...
might be when we have our company party. That was one of the dates that they put out.
You're going to wear your lemon yellow. Well, that might be a big night then. We'll have to... What a great excuse to leave the company holiday party.
Or
Sorry,
just not
we've got to
go.
go to the best of Cleveland. What?
Nothing.
Well, no, you can do two things in one night. I mean, we got to rub elbows with the people that we don't see every day anymore now.
Yeah.
There's people who work here now that I never see, ever. But there's one person I didn't know doesn't even work here anymore. Somebody was like, I go, hey, I haven't seen so-and-so, because for a while I was seeing him all the time. He goes, oh, he's been gone for like 3 months.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. So anyway, I assume that they're sending these out to all the winners, or honorees, as they are referring to them, because you are being honored. You're being feted at this party, Poundcake.
Well, I'll wait with bated breath.
And I think it would be great if they announced you as you walk in with like those big, long medieval horns with the flags hanging off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that'd be awesome.
Hear ye.
A big scroll. Ladies and ladies and gentlemen.
Senior Poundcake.
Why would they call you Senior Poundcake?
I don't know.
I don't either. Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the grand entrance hall of the Masonic Temple and greet Cody, Alan, Helpful, Poundcake, Brown, best sports talker in Cleveland. It's going to be so good. You got to take video or pictures or something because even the nominees can go too, which means you're going to be rubbing elbows with all of the sports guys in this town that you beat.
Nice. Maybe there'll be like reality TV cameras there and it would be like a cat fight or something.
You'll be like one of the basketball ladies.
Mm-hmm. Basketball wives.
Oh. Hey, I got to take a break. Another $1,000 for you on the way at 4:30. Listen for those keywords to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie. You want to go see comedian Tony Hinchcliffe. He is coming back to Cleveland too, so I'll have those to hand off. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Now you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy covers a classic while literally on fire.
Miguel delivers an electrifying performance.
Sheryl Crow gets nostalgic.
Lil Wayne brings down the house.
And so much more.
Relive the greatest moments from our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming now only on Hulu for a limited time.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
reserved for top executives.
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, I want to go see comedian Tony Hinchcliffe. Grew up there in Youngstown. A host of the Kill Tony podcast. Very, very funny show, if you're into that. He's doing stand-up again. He's on the Fully Grown tour. And it'll bring him through beginning of 2024. Friday, February 23rd is when Tony's in town to play the world-famous Agora. AgoraCleveland.com for all the details. I had the last pair of tickets for you this week. Want to see Tony Hinchcliffe. You and a pal, 2 tickets. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7.
WMMS.
Little Tony McAlpine from back in the day. We don't do a lot of instrumental stuff on our metal show. We'll dip them in from time to time, but if you are a metal fan and haven't joined us on Saturday nights, it would behoove you to do so because it's a lot of fun. I do a metal show here called 2 Hours to Midnight. It is me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, the three of us, just playing stuff we like. Brand new stuff, classic stuff from back in the day, your requests, local metal. So if you're in a local metal band, send me your stuff. If I like it, I'll play it. Sometimes people will send me stuff, and it just doesn't scratch me where I itch. But I always love hearing what's happening locally in Northeast Ohio with metal bands. So 10 o'clock tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight here on The Buzzard. 2HTM@WMMS.com is the email for anything you want to hear or send me whatever your band's doing. And then Sunday night, I'll be at the Kiss show with floor tickets in hand. Not for me. Oh, no. We're doing a Show Us Your Buzzard event, which means if you're not wearing Kiss gear, wear a Buzzard shirt. And if you're up in the nosebleeds, I can walk up and put you on the floor. Corey's going to be there. Stansbury's going to be there. We're all going to have floor tickets. So if we see you and you're wearing MMS gear, it could be you and whoever you're with, you're +1 going down to the floor for the very last Kiss show ever, asterisk, in Cleveland. I don't know what the over, I haven't checked FanDuel. I don't know what the over-under is on this actually being it for Kiss. The only thing that makes me believe that it might at long last be true is I think they're ready to hang it up. I think for a long time, this is going to come as a shock to some people, but Kiss like to market themselves in a certain way.
What?
And I think in the mid-'90s, they were like, hey, we're going to do a farewell tour. And they packed the house. What I will say is I think personally I overestimated how popular these final Kiss shows were going to be. And I think it's kind of a boy that cried wolf situation. Because before they announced the Cleveland date, I bought tickets to see Kiss in Detroit. That show is happening tonight. And then the next week or 2 weeks later, they announced, hey, they've added a Cleveland date. So I'm like, God damn it. Obviously, I'll go to Cleveland. And I'll just sell my Kiss tickets for Detroit. Because I figured these will go in 48 hours. The very last Kiss show, they're going to be doing Detroit Rock City, the whole bit. I'm going to eat those goddamn tickets.
You couldn't sell them?
Nobody
wants them?
I got to the point where, like, when we were in Louisville, my wife was talking to her dad, and I go, hey, ask your dad if he wants to go to Kiss. He can just take my tickets, because otherwise they're going to go to waste. And that show is tonight. And I kind of get it, like, you know, if you're a Kiss fan, you've seen them 20 times, and you saw them on the last farewell tour. But I don't know. I thought for sure I'd be able to flip those tickets. And not.
You're not even asking for, like, above market, right? Like you're just
Oh
asking for
no,
whatever they're
I
going for.
chopped them way down. Yeah, I'm going to eat a good chunk of, but anyway, Kiss in Cleveland is Sunday night. And I'll have floor ticket for somebody. So if you're there, have some buzzard gear on. I got a grand for you here in a few minutes. We've talked about the fact that if you've seen the signs, no doubt. Yes on issue 1, which is whether or not you think women should be forced to give birth in the state of Ohio. Yes on issue 2, yes on 1, and you'll see no on 1, no on 2 signs as well. There's 2 sides to it. Yes on issue 1 means that you value women having autonomy over their own bodies. There are a lot of people who don't want that. They think that women should be a broodmare for the state. That no matter what the situation, forced birth is what those people want. And yes or no on issue 2 is whether or not recreational marijuana will be legalized in Ohio. And both of those right now are running majority yes on both, right? Those are, issue 1 is a much more divisive issue, I think, than issue 2. But, polling and things that they do, women's right to choose is much, the majority of people are voting in favor of that. The marijuana issue is a different thing because everybody's kind of got their own vibe on that. Not everybody is affected by a marijuana issue, and so some people, I think, might be a little bit more wishy-washy on it. But the Senate president in the state of Ohio has already said that if the marijuana issue passes, he's got no problem just ignoring it, just repealing it if the voters approve, which when the voters love when you ignore what they want, how much they love that. And Republicans are way into that right now, way into that. Back in the day, they were more kind of like, hey, keep government out of my life. Now they love it. So the Senate president is basically going, yeah, if the will of the people is that recreational marijuana should be legal in Ohio, I'll just ignore that. He says it's a mental health issue, which is like now the go-to now is mental health, right? They're always so concerned about mental health. They always slash funding for mental health programs, but still, boy, really, really concerned. If only there was something we could do. So I guess we'll see how that plays out. But if you're a yes on 1, yes on 2 person, that should make you concerned. That, I think that if people, first of all, I didn't even realize that was something that was within the power of whoever the president of the Ohio Senate is.
Yeah, that seems wild.
Yeah.
Like,
you guys want this? Yeah, I don't like that. Because the majority of people on both issues looks like they'll be voting yes, which is, make no mistake, the way to go. But marijuana legalization, because medical marijuana is already legal, but once people kind of get the information on what's going on out there and the financial benefits of the state, blah, 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 they find that the yes on recreational marijuana in Ohio is like around 70%. So it's not exactly a wedge issue, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I got $1,000 here for you. It's from the Buzzard bookie.
That's a lot of weed.
Yeah, it sure is. Mm-hmm. Medical or otherwise. $1,000 here. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yeah.
Happy Dog Father Day, by the way. Today is Snoop Dogg's birthday, which is the halfway point. It's the half birthday of 420, and Jimmy Kimmel last night declared with a
wait, what's going on?
It's Snoop Dogg,
52 today, right?
Yeah,
he's my age. Yeah,
he's 52 today, and Jimmy Kimmel declared 10/20 as Dogfather Day.
Dogfather Day.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Dogfather.
Yep.
And basically, it's 420 Part 2 because it's Snoop's birthday. And on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night, he did this whole big presentation. And Snoop was actually like a little bit emotional about it. It was actually really cool.
Yeah, he's a pot-smoking staple.
I didn't see it. But Snoop, absolutely. I'm curious what projects he says no to. Because Snoop is very much kind of like, hey, if you dig me, I dig whatever you're into. There's no point in not stacking cheddar. He's in these Corona commercials with Andy Samberg and like Eli Manning, which I love because it's so completely random.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody in the marketing department was like, they just had a wall full of celebrity photos and they closed their eyes and they threw darts and they open their eyes and they go, okay, Andy Samberg, Snoop Dogg, and Eli Manning. So, Dogfather. So, Kimmel just unilaterally decided this, or?
Well, he was talking about how
with the
in
city
his
of Los
family,
Angeles?
there's Crystalia.
There's what?
Crystalia is just walking across the street.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Is he in town?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is,
I
actually.
think he's at the Agora tonight.
Oh, okay.
Should I chase after him?
Chris! No.
That's all right.
Nope.
You're a little old.
Yeah.
All right.
But Snoop Dogg, so Jimmy Kimmel was saying that in their family, they celebrate half birthdays. And he knew that Snoop Dogg's birthday was 10/20, and he did the math, and it's like, oh, or no, he did it the opposite way. 4/20 is like, I wonder if there's any.
Oh, that's the halfway point.
Yeah, the halfway point in the year where this would be someone interesting, and maybe we can make a bit out of it. And it happened to be Snoop Dogg's birthday, so he went with it, and he like had this creed and everything.
I see.
Yeah, it was and Snoop Dogg got all emotional about it.
I see.
He didn't cry or anything, but he was like, he was very flattered. He was very flattered.
I don't know how he has made being a thug commercialized. Like Tupac, it wasn't okay. Biggie, it wasn't okay.
Every day.
But Snoop Dogg, it's okay.
Well, it is now because it's been 30 years.
Right. But I wonder,
it wasn't
why-
okay when he was starting to like if
Everybody who gets older gets softer
But
and
why did he
more
slide through the cracks?
You know,
like all
because he didn't get killed.
But why didn't he get killed? Not that I want him to get killed, but why didn't he?
I think
a lot of people didn't get killed.
I think for the reason that you said. You said Snoop was never.
He's too corny.
Like a legit guy in the rap game. And so, you know, but murder was the case that they gave him.
I think the realest rapper out now that has the most street cred, has
Iggy
the most
Azalea.
power, has the most power and influence in the rap game is 50 Cent. He has stayed 50 his entire career. He has had albums.
He's selling vitamin water, homie.
That's not even a thing anymore.
He sells.
He sound like home mortgages.
Yes, he's doing reverse mortgages.
But he
and-
stayed 50 the entire time. He has power. He's a producer, executive producer, actor.
Yeah, if anybody who's fortunate enough to make a lot of money has power. The influence is from the influence is from the money, not from street cred.
Okay, Ice-T got power and influence.
His only, of course.
He doesn't have
50
the same
cents.
cred.
50 cents only street cred is he got shot 9 times and lived.
No, but
yes,
not just that, but on top, like he has his rap game was on point. He was like he had #1 hits. The vitamin water thing, his MTV Cribs, and also I think the fact that his mom died at a young age, very like tragically, like she was burned alive. He saw that. He was like, after I saw
what's that got to do with him?
I'm gonna
50 Cent ain't had a hit in 20 years. What are you talking about?
There was a 50 Cent hit not too long ago.
No, 50 Cent song, not a 50 Cent hit.
But
listen, if you have hit after hit after hit, you don't start pimping reverse mortgages.
Nah, give me 50 Cent all day, every day. I would go see a 50 Cent
I
on
met
tour.
him, you know, back in the day. I mean, nice guy, but
Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
It's still Iggy Azalea for me. I mean, 50 Cent ain't talking about toothless bees.
He's also not Donnie from Wild Thornberrys neither.
I don't know what the hell that
I
means.
know you don't, but if you look up, actually, Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers plays Donnie, and he makes the same noises that Iggy Azalea just did. But I would rather see 50 Cent on tour any day than Snoop Dogg, and that's just me.
Okay. Snoop was joking with the emotion because it was a big joke on Kimmel. Okay, yeah, I didn't see it.
Well,
but,
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's a bit,
is a comedy
but it
show.
was like he was, but like there was actual, like the fact that they came up with this, like he was, honored. I liked it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
he didn't
listen.
actually like. God, people. Some of the people that listen to this show, and they
Can't wait
think
to correct you.
they're just like,
Why?
no,
On
it was
what?
a bit. He was just joking with the emotion.
Oh,
And
but
I'm
that's
like-
okay. That's fine. I
But
didn't.
why even bring that up? Why
mad?
say that?
Because they
Like,
want
what
to.
is wrong with you?
They want to let us know.
But I know. I watched it. I know.
They don't want us to be. I didn't see it.
Oh my
so
God.
They don't want us to be. They want devotion to accuracy.
There is no devotion to accuracy there. It's a TV show bit.
Get him, Bill.
It's a whole thing. The whole idea.
You said Snoop got emotional.
I said he got. Yeah.
I didn't see
Because
it.
I'm trying to get people to understand the situation. Like I didn't think he didn't think that like President Biden made Dog Father's Day. God, I am.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm with them. I didn't see it, so I'm taking it at face value. I thought maybe he had a declaration from the city of L.A.
No,
or from Gavin Newsom, the governor.
He
or
says
something.
Jizimmy Kazimmel like it's a bit. Like it's
Jizimmy Kazimmel. Is it the Izzle still a thing? Is he still doing that?
I mean,
like even that's played out.
When you bring up Snoop Dogg, yeah, you still can bring that out of cobwebs for a little bit, out of mothballs.
All right.
Oh,
Listen, the only cat with
whoever
credit.
text that, quit being so literal. It's annoying.
Maybe they were just informing me.
Well, you can watch it later and you can inform yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Alan Ice-T is pimping Car Shield. Well, I don't know what that is, but yeah, okay. Listen,
They're all taking money wherever
I was
they
gonna
can.
say the concept of selling out was never a thing in rap and hip hop. It was just about making money, hustling, whatever. It was all the rock and roll guys who were like, I'm not selling out. Rap guys were like, fine, I'll do it. I don't care. Because the cred is in the making of the money. That's where the cred is.
It was a bit on Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, you mean it wasn't an international ceremony?
Yeah. The only guy still making it happen is Kendrick Lamar. Full stop.
Does he have a clothing line and a perfume line? And
I thought you were talking about rap and hip hop cred.
I am.
Well, it ain't 50 Cent.
But he doesn't. But I'm talking about someone who has all of the above. 50 Cent has not changed being from 50 Cent. He did not sell out and become a character to be more commercial. He still is the same 50 Cent that we heard from in the rap music. So he has the album sales. He has the endorsement deals. He has the TV credentials. I feel like he's the most powerful guy in rap music because he's the most influential without changing.
I don't even think he would say that he's the most powerful guy in the rap game.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you might be right, but
I was gonna say I feel like Diddy, his cred is like
he
Wayne.
wasn't 50 Cent doing like bar appearances a few years ago to like help pay some bills or something?
Yes,
yeah.
he had some fallow times because he needed. I don't think this guy wanted to rev everything back up again. I think once you get to a point where your whole revenue stream is vodka and reverse mortgages, you're like, I don't need to make new records. But he went bankrupt.
That's what it was.
He
yeah.
had a big house that he had like the biggest house in the state of Connecticut. And I think
Yes.
he sold it or something.
He had like $32 million in back taxes.
No, that's taxes. So that miss.
Yeah, but you're 32 million. No, but you're 32 million in the hole. He's like, yeah, I got like $50 million in debt.
Yeah, but if he's worth $100 million, I
He
don't.
wasn't.
What's his
That
net
was the
worth?
problem. He's like, my debt's equal to my assets. That's not good.
Net worth 2023. Oh, only 40 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when you start doing, and a lot of these guys too, it's almost not their fault. because you end up with a ton of money. Just because you're involved in the investment doesn't mean it's going to kill. There isn't always a Beats by Dre, right? Which are garbage headphones, by the way.
Yes,
but it was
they
all
are.
marketing. It was all marketing. So a lot of these guys, they invest in things that flop. It's not their fault. They just put money into something that didn't fly. And so if you have enough bad investments, you're in trouble. Or you got your friends that want you to be in on stuff, or it's a whole thing. Who knows? I got a break here. You want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch live, you can go to alancoxshow.com. I'll have that trip to L.A. for you around 5 o'clock. We're doing our Alter Ego Festival in L.A. in January. And so another one of those trips coming up.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
A new study says ultra-processed junk food is just as addictive as heroin or cocaine. You guys buying that?
I've known drug addicts that are actually ruin their life to get their drugs. I don't know anybody that's doing that for a potato chip.
You're going to prostitute yourself out so that you can get your next ice cream fix?
Yeah, it's for some Dippin' Dots? No. It's just
not going to happen.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey there, it's Alan for Circle K. All these opportunities to get yourself to sunny California in the middle of a Cleveland winter. Bud Light and Circle K want to give you a game day
Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram with 25 available to choose from. It's Jeep Adventure Days, so come to Deacons or shop online at deaconschrysler.com. You've got to make it to Mayfield.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This is Poundcake.
This is
recorded in Paynesville.
The band is from Akron.
Band from Akron, Ohio.
the Black Keys.
Hey, he's starting to listen to the show.
Black Keys.
Well, I knew that in Akron that they were from Akron.
Yeah, I mean, this is an old album, and they were already 5 or 6 in, I think, by this time. But off of the Attack and Release record.
Now,
Black Keys. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, did you think they were the Black Keys back then or the Blackies?
The Black Keys.
The Blackies. Poundcake's out there steaming. He's like, sons of bitches. And it got used a lot. This song, I remember it got used in Rescue Me.
Yeah.
I think that was the first time I heard it.
I think it was also in, I know they used some Black Keys in Eastbound and Down. I'm not sure if it's this song. It might be this song, but I don't remember.
They licensed it to video games. I saw them do it live on Letterman a long time ago. There was a Canadian cop show called The Bridge. They used it on that. It was back when Dan Auerbach still had the long hair and the beard, and, you know, Pat Carney kind of looked the same. But did Pat Carney and Michelle Branch ever iron all that stuff out? That kind of disappeared.
I'm not sure.
Oh. You know, I like to be in the loop on the goings-on there in the Branch Carney household.
If I had the gas for you, you'd get it.
That's what I figured. Yeah. I know that there was a lot of back and forth on social media in the immediate aftermath of some accusations she had hurled at him. This was the beginning of this year. And then they went to the Grammy Awards together, and then they said they were calling off their divorce. And so I hope...
I think that's the last we've heard.
Yeah, I hope that was a good sign. Because she's cute, and, you know.
What was her song?
What was the Michelle Branch song?
Is that her?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Everywhere to me.
There you go.
When I close my eyes.
Oh, Jesus.
Jake C.
Why did you have to ask?
No, I know why I asked. Everything I do with Poundcake is pretty deliberate. Like asking him about rotisserie chickens. It's not like I was like, oh, he's going to have a soft opinion on this. I knew it's going to get him fired up.
Get him riled up.
Yeah. On This is America. I should be able to buy more than 2 rotisserie chickens if I want.
He is right. This is America. Don't get your chicken on. Go get your chicken on. This is America.
So I can see the part of you that's drifting over me.
Yeah, I don't know that one. The huge...
You don't know. Oh, you got to get wait to the chorus. You'll know it when you hit the chorus.
Okay. Hold on. Let me drag it in.
That's the mainly.
Well, because I know that like what really blew her up for a lot of people was that Santana song she did. That Game of Love song. That was a big deal.
This is the song that blew her up.
Everywhere.
Yep, just wait.
Yeah, this.
Cause you're
Never heard that.
when I close my
Sounds like Avril Lavigne.
It is, but it's that same era when Avril, like, she was just another Avril type.
Yeah. Yeah, because every single off that Santana collab record was a huge hit. And so that Game of Love with...
Let's hear that one.
Game of Love?
Yeah.
Little bit of this, little bit of that.
Yeah,
you remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. I didn't know that was her, though.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did, and that's why I think there was a whole new audience who was like, who's this girl with this song? This is great. And it was Michelle Branch.
You know, it's a great song that found its way into my algorithm this week. What is it? It's by Semisonic.
Closing Time.
Not Closing Time. They have another one.
It was until
FNT.
When I Run. Oh, no. Fascinating New Thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one that I think it's in the movie 10 Things I Hate About You, and I completely forgot about it, and then it made its way into my algorithm this week, and I was like, oh, man, I forgot about the song, and I love it.
Well, because Dan Wilson wrote a bunch of songs for other people. So, like, the first Semisonic single was a track called If I Run. I think it was called If I Run. And then they had a bunch of, like, big songs, but Closing Time is the one that everybody remembers. They had Secret Smile and Singing to My Sleep, but Fascinating New Thing is a good song. Yeah, brand new from Semisonic here on the Buzzard.
Get beside me. I want you to love me.
This is another Minneapolis band. We've been talking a lot about bands from Minneapolis because they've had their...
All right, if we're talking about bands from Minneapolis, we got to play some replacements.
That you love me and you're perfect. Somebody wants you.
Yeah, FNT is a good song.
That's a great song.
Yep.
And I
Solid
completely forgot it.
post-grunge.
Yeah. Replacements. And Husker Du. Great sound
Bob
that came
Mold's
out of
in
there.
town
Yeah.
tonight.
Oh, really? Where?
Yeah, he's doing the solo plugged-in thing at the Grog, I think, or somewhere. So this was the first Semisonic single, but nobody really paid attention to it. And then Closing Time just exploded.
Yeah.
The day goes by and darkness grows, and it's over before it's done.
What's this one called?
If I Run. Yeah, Dan Wilson can write. He can write a song, boy. Album was called Great Divide. So like 96. Tonic was another band that if they had stuck around, Emerson Hart was the guy in Tonic. He was like the main songwriter, and they had a couple of big hits, but that was another band that if they had kind of decided to, they could still be around and doing stuff. But I think he broke off and
I feel like that's a band
wanted
that
to do
will
solo
end up
stuff.
opening for Bare Naked Ladies at some point.
Tonic. Yeah, they go out on those.
Right in that
they go out on those '90s nostalgia tours, and yeah. And
yeah, If You Could Only See by Tonic is.
It is wild how bands would send singles to radio, and they'd kind of do a couple of things, but then it was that second or third song that like popped them into the stratosphere, right? So like Open Up Your Eyes was their first one, and then this one, Casual Affair, and people like, oh, this is okay. And then If You Could Only See.
And Casual Affair is much harder than. I mean,
Yeah,
it
it's like a big
starts off,
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, a lot of those post-grunge bands.
I love post-grunge stuff like that. That's, I'm making myself a playlist tonight. Celebrate Dogfather Day.
There you go.
Get nice and toasted.
Yep.
Had a busy week.
Get all the squirties out and hang it out on the playlist.
You know, I'll make it public. So if you want to follow it, you can. Oh, there were tickets added to that Wadsworth show, too.
So how many are there available?
I believe there's 6, and then they're going to do some standing room only
I was going to say,
at the door.
At some point, they're going to have to start putting people, like, standing up next to the bar.
Yeah, so they move some stuff around, and, they want to maximize it. They want
I
to
understand.
So there's 6 tickets now for Wadsworth. And then someone also sent me a big viral video from Wadsworth of a zombie, or like thriller dance where people were meeting up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's Thriller.
Is it Meanwhile in Wadsworth? And you're like, the entire town, there's like 3 Michael Jacksons in the middle of the street doing the Thriller dance.
In Wadsworth?
In Wadsworth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. If you go to YouTube, you can find it.
It's on my Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, it's literally a bunch of people. It said Meanwhile in Wadsworth. And I'm like, they getting it. Look at these white people. It's great. I love Wadsworth.
Michael Jackson was a very accomplished white guy. So,
yeah.
It makes sense.
Later in life. Later in life, white.
Yeah, later in life, he got really white. Let me give you this trip here. A trip to L.A. for our 2024 Alter Ego Festival. Black Keys. That's why I came back with them. The 1975 Paramore, going to be on the bill. 30 Seconds to Mars, Bush. Sum 41, they're on their farewell tour. Yellow Card, remember them? And more. It's going to be January 13th at the Honda Center in Anaheim. And we'll set you up, fly out, put you up, get you to the show, the whole bit. So you'll be sitting next to Intense Randy. So fingers crossed. I hope you win. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Time for your shot at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego now. Text the nationwide keyword music to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to the number 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Mm-hmm. Casual Affair is a great Panic at the Disco song.
That sounds impossible.
Well, Poundcake would know. I'm not down with every single one of their songs.
Well, because you don't know punk rock.
Well, I don't mind that High Hopes song. That's a banger.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the other stuff that makes me mad.
You mean the only difference between Sacrifice and Martyrdom is press coverage?
Stop it.
That's a song.
Stop. These guys with their heads up their own asses writing these songs. These overwritten songs for sad kids. Oof. Not even sad kids.
Yep.
Yeah,
The only
kids aren't into Panic at the Disco.
It's actually, I know these depressed kids. The only difference between martyrdom and suicide is press coverage. That's the name of the song.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. These overwritten songs. Same with like Fall Out Boy and
It's a really good song though.
I'll take your word for it. I mean,
play a little bit.
No.
Play a little bit.
No.
Just a little bit.
So there was a guy who wanted to show how few barriers there are to getting stuff on Amazon. Amazon has gotten, you might have noticed if you order a lot, Amazon has gotten more and more, less and less fun to use, right? Amazon, because you don't know where anything is from anymore. They just go, oh, yeah, you pay us all this money. If you do, pay for a Prime membership. The benefits of that have been scaled back considerably. So, like, 2-day shipping's barely a thing anymore, whatever. All the stuff that made Amazon attractive for a long time, they're kind of scaling back as part of their business model. So there was a guy who was doing a documentary, I guess maybe on the downside of Amazon or whatever it is. He's got a documentary called The Great Amazon Heist. And right now it's only airing in the UK, but it's going to be airing here pretty soon. And to prove this, what this guy says he did was he wanted to spotlight not only the situation that everybody's kind of aware of with these warehouse workers. It was mostly a documentary about how poorly people who work for Amazon are treated, alongside how few barriers to entry there are in putting things on Amazon. So kind of two things running concurrently here. So everybody's heard the stories about Amazon drivers having to pee in bottles because they're up against the clock and they don't have bathroom breaks, even though Amazon formally has denied this. So what this guy did was, he said he was looking for trucker bombs along highways near Amazon warehouses.
Oh, no.
Okay? And these are jars full of pee. And the documentary maker said that he has, he collected a lot of these trucker bombs and then labeled them as an energy drink to see if he could sell them on Amazon. And they took them.
Why on earth?
He sold bottles of urine through Amazon, wrapped in, they were repackaged and wrapped in bright yellow labels called Release. and it was labeled as having a bitter lemon flavor.
Bro.
And this is in Wire magazine, this whole write-up, which is pretty wild, if it's true. I mean, there's a part of me that goes, come on, you're collecting pee and wrapping it and whatever. But he said it's it's next to impossible to not be able to get something listed for sale on Amazon. There are very few hurdles because they're just shoveling coal into the furnace. So he's like, I thought that the food and drinks licensing would stop me from listing it. So I put it in one category, and then the algorithm moved it into drinks. And he said that when he initially saw it listed for sale, he initially really thought it was funny, but then when people started buying it, he got worried. So I don't know if any of that's true. I mean, if people bought it, I mean, obviously you'd get sued for doing that.
Go
if
to
you
prison, screw that.
Yeah.
That's a hazard.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm not quite sure how much of this guy's, part of this guy's documentary, I'm not quite sure how much of it is legit or if they're going to find out that it's like a Borat type thing. I don't know. But
If he's not making people, but if he put pee on Amazon and people buying that pee and drinking it, not only is he going to get sued, but he's going to go to prison. There was a girl that made this pink sauce and sold it. And
we talked about the pink sauce.
She got dragged. Like, she went on TV shows and talk shows, and she was getting dragged all over TikTok just because the packaging was off. It was edible, but the packaging was off. I couldn't imagine she was making people eat poop or drink pee.
So I don't know if the documentary will eventually be on Amazon Prime, ironically. But I'll tell you one thing, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's already been streaming. Because it's pee. So anyway,
hung on to that for a few minutes and I could have taken it to break, but
I don't know. We'll see. Alan, that's what it was like when I drove an Amazon van. Started off as the best job ever, and it just kept getting worse and worse. Yeah, listen, the bigger these things get, the more the people on the front lines are up against it. And
what I don't understand is, how is it not awful from the jump? How is it okay and then it gets worse? Like, I wish you would elaborate.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. But you hear those kinds of stories from people not only working in the warehouses, but driving the trucks.
Because they want to work more hours.
They're just like more and more and more and more. We want you to do way more for the same amount of money. And you're on the clock and you got to get this done. Again, the only exposure I have up close to people doing that job are people I see delivering in my neighborhood, and half of them aren't even in Amazon vans. They're in like
we
white
see people
vans.
jump out of cars all the time out front here.
That's what I'm saying.
They'll pull up in a Buick and have a package and run. You know, they got the vest on.
But even the people who, even the people who pull up here in front on Euclid in the Amazon trucks, they just look frazzled.
Mm-hmm.
Like people who do not, with respect, do not look like they're in great shape, opening these doors and taking these stretchers out, these dollies, and loading giant because we're at the ground floor of a residential building. And so these people are and they're scanning them, and they're on the clock.
Well, yesterday when I was letting Kelsey cook in, the UPS guy was coming in at the same time, and he had so many packages. They had to go get the security to open the double door.
Yeah.
Because it was too many. And they had, and Amazon comes more often than that and has more stuff.
I think that's what lightened the morale for the postal workers too, because they'll be in a tank top, shorts, chilling. Like the actual mail carriers don't give a crap neither.
Yeah, I think they've loosened some of the regulations on them.
Oh yeah,
it used to be so official, and now I see them. Man, I was like, he could just be an average dude just going door to door, just like in a tank top, just like a beater.
Well, it's a stressful job. And Alan knows why it's a stressful job. Because the mail never stops.
And then it's Mother's Day. And No, I told the story before we moved here. I mean, 2009, summer of 2009 in our neighborhood in Chicago. The girl that delivered our mail had the post office issued pants, But her T-shirt was like a big shirt that said "The bitch is back" in giant letters on the front. Just dropping mail. I'm like, thank you.
Got the earbuds in. Like, you cool.
Oh, yeah. Alan, I'm from Wadsworth. Thousands of people come. They do that Thriller dance every year. This was the 10th anniversary.
That's pretty cool.
Of the Thriller dance.
Yeah, because I looked it up on YouTube, and there was dozens of videos of it. So I figured it was a every year thing. It's Scare on the Square, I believe, is the event.
Okay.
So
that Amazon driver says they just started paying less They started paying less and adding more and more hours to people's job.
That'll make it crappy.
Let me break here. I'll have more money for you at 5:30. Another $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. If you want to get yourself to 7 floors of hell, I got another 4-pack of passes that'll put you out there after the break. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
Now you can relive the greatest moments from our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Lenny Kravitz kicks things off with his biggest hits.
Foo Fighters get the whole crowd singing along.
Travis Scott brings the heat with an explosive performance.
TLC pay a heartwarming tribute to Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Kane Brown brings out surprise guest Khalid.
Kelly Clarkson lights up the arena with new music.
Jared Leto brings fans on stage for a 30 Seconds to Mars performance you'll have to see to believe.
Little Dirk and surprise guest J. Cole perform All My Life together for the first time.
Tim McGraw debuts his new song live.
Public Enemy brings the 90s hip-hop energy.
Fall Out Boy
Don't trust your phone to just any repair shop. Let the experts at Batteries Plus fix your screen, repair your phone, or replace the battery. Walk in or make an appointment at batteriesplus.com and save $10. Trust the experts at Batteries Plus.
Hi, I'm Frances Fry.
And I'm Ann Morris.
And we are the hosts of a new TED podcast called Fixable.
We've helped leaders at some of the world's most competitive companies solve all kinds of problems.
On our show, we'll pull back the curtain and give you the type of honest, unfiltered advice we usually reserve for top executives.
Maybe you have a coworker with boundary issues, or you want to know how to inspire and motivate your team.
Give us a call, and we'll help you solve the problems you're stuck on.
Listen to Fixable on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
I want to go to 7 Floors of Hell. I'm going to get you 4 passes. Put you out there. One of the most notorious haunted attractions in Northeast Ohio. It's at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. They're open every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday through Halloween. Jobu, evilevents.com for all the info. You're going to get the last 4-pack from me this week. You and 3 pals, 7 Floors of Hell. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
More money for it, about 8 minutes, $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, closer to 5:30. We're inching ever closer to the beginning of the weekend, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Oh, I'm ready.
You don't even have to wait another hour to begin the weekend. I understand that there are some people who've probably already gotten the weekend going, but you know what we call that? Illegitimate. Fake news. Because the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is how it all gets going around here. Sure, you can be doing something else, but people who know, they know. Speaking of getting down, Eric is one of our bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh, and he goes, hey, man, have you ever seen the Cops episode from 1991? And I have. One of my go-to references is... Donnie, get down off of there. And it's not Donnie, it's Charlie.
Oh.
Charlie, get down off of there. There's a guy on, I think, the Roberto Clemente Bridge. Now, this was many years before I lived in Pittsburgh. And I was only there for 8 years. But hearing that accent, it's like a warm blanket when I hear that. And so, yeah, they did, multiple episodes of Cops in Cleveland, in Pittsburgh. You know, like just a year apart, they would go back to the well with some of these.
There's plenty of things going on. Lots of things to film if you're on Cops.
So if we were doing this at my old station, it would be the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Galaga, galaga, galaga.
Galaga, galaga, you dummies.
It's Friday, dummies.
Yeah, jabroni jagoffs. Get down.
Charles, please! Charles, come on down, please! Come talk to me!
Once he got down off the bridge, he told me he don't remember climbing up onto the
That's
bridge.
the cop, by the way. That's the cop. Once he got going off the bridge, he didn't want to do anything.
One of the people, yeah.
He was right. Born and raised out there in Monroeville. Wanted to be part of PPD as long as I can remember.
He told me he don't remember climbing up onto the bridge. That he was drinking. And he felt all alone. But he did sober up while he was up there, and he was scared to death to come down.
There she says down. I think maybe she was doing a bit the whole time. They were scared to come down. They're like, what?
Come down.
Oh.
We asked him if he wanted us to send him fire ladders up, which no.
Fire ladders.
No, she's back in it.
Yeah.
She just screwed up with down, yeah.
Yeah.
Set up the fire ladders. He said no.
Fire ladders.
He'll take care of it.
Fire ladders up, which no. Majority of them don't.
Why is fire ladders
They
so
prefer to climb down themselves.
The majority of them don't want to climb down themselves.
Oh.
That's like a 31-year-old cop. So, yes, anyway, Eric, thank you for reminding me of that. Also,
Where's that at? That on YouTube?
Yes, YouTube. Yep. They have entire Cops episodes there. That is one of the Pittsburgh episodes. That is season 3. So the early days of Cops, that's 1991. It was on, the Pittsburgh episode. March 2, 1991.
I remember that first season of Cops. I was at my cousin's house, and it was electric. Like
You'd never seen anything like it.
We were so excited. I was probably 6 or 7 years old, and I didn't even really know what was going on. But all like my older cousins, my brothers, we all ran into, and I was like, "What are we watching?" They're like, "It's people getting arrested by cops."
Yeah,
like it's like real stuff, and it was insane to us because there never been anything like that on television.
Yeah,
I got to come down out there.
Charles. Yeah, come on.
Fire ladder.
I always wonder when they were on those cop shows, I'm like, do they get a cut? Like, do they cut a deal from being on live television? Like, why? Because you have to consent, even though you're being arrested. Otherwise, they have to blur your face, right?
Yeah, and some people do have their faces blurred.
So what is the incentive for them to give them consent to show their face?
You get to be on TV?
People really want to be on TV. I don't know.
Want to be filmed being arrested and fighting with cops and throwing up and all that stuff?
I don't think you care at that point. I mean, if you're on that show, what are you, a CEO of a company? Like, what reputation are you trying to protect?
One of the best episodes of My Name is Earl is where they show the episode of Cops that they filmed in their fake town, and it's a lot of Earl and Randy and all the characters from the show, and every time they show it on a rerun, everybody gets all excited, and then they buy them beers.
Yeah,
and they're heroes.
You're a local hero because you're on television.
And I imagine that's not based on nothing. That's based on people being like, "Oh, hey, you're on Cops. You're on TV," because you weren't on TV. It's not. That was.
But do you get paid?
Insane. I don't know if you get paid.
No,
but
you're
I don't
not
think
getting paid. You
probably gotta get paid.
You're signing a waiver. Can we put your face on television? Yes or no?
In the midst of you wrestling with the cops, and you're like, sign this. Like, what if they're intoxicated? What if they're, not in their right mind? They're crazy, and you want to have them sign a waiver that they can a consent form to be on national television?
It's not like they shoot it and then it goes right on television.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like months in advance. So
they probably got
when these people sober up, when everything gets, I don't know.
We'll put money on your bail or something.
I can't imagine there's any monetary payment put towards those people.
I've always thought about that.
Because then you get into a weird legal situation where you're like, well, are you incentivizing people to get on Cops?
Because I always wonder with like live PD, how long are they on a delay? Because there's been like some incidents where cops have gotten like, they've ran up on the wrong person and they've gotten like shot live. I was like, whoa.
Well, that's just the name of the show. It's not airing as they're shooting
I thought that was the whole point of the show.
I don't think so.
It was live.
I don't think so.
No. It was never live.
It's never live?
No.
Okay.
How could they put live programming of people getting arrested on?
Well, they can now. No, that you're thinking of Live PD.
That's what he said. Live PD.
That was live.
It was live.
That's what I'm saying. Because
I don't even know if it was actually live or if it was presented as live, where they're jumping to different precincts.
There's no way.
I'm sure it was
sketchy stuff where like they have streamed. They're like, okay, tonight we're in. They did one in Akron, I remember, and then they were like, and we're gonna do one in Phoenix, and they would dip between the two cities, and like sometimes people would like get ran up. The bad guy would get ran up on, and they start shooting, and then they're giving like commentary, like giving away the cops' location. They're like, and this officer's behind a car, and he's like, so this is what happens sometimes, and they're giving like a play-by-play. I'm like, bro, is it being on TV really that? Is it really worth it?
Yeah, for a lot of people, because what else do they have? I mean, a lot of people, they got nothing going for them.
And they would either be in like Franklin County or they'd be in Akron. They were always in Franklin County, which is Columbus. I was like, damn, how many times are they going to shoot in Columbus?
Well, but not only that, but they've also, on the disclaimer of cops is they would kind of do this tertiary kind of, all suspects are presumed innocent, when they're jamming these people's faces into the asphalt or whatever. So this says live PD had about a minute or so delay.
Okay.
So that's pretty live.
So they have people all in different counties, so there's always something going on.
And I'm reading about cops, and people weren't compensated. The cops weren't compensated. The people that were arrested weren't compensated. They just wanted to be on TV. So they would follow they'd get arrested, and then a producer would go there and explain to them, hey, if you want to be on Cops, sign this release. And they'll go, okay.
Yeah, but for a live show, I think you'd run into a lot of trouble with people who are like...
That's what I'm talking about. You don't have consent to use me.
Well, you have to. And then there has to be some kind of consent. What I'm saying is, if it's a live telecast where they get you in the middle of something and people watching, well, like what if your boss is watching?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I don't
He's
understand.
like, bro, that's not what it was, blah, blah, blah.
You don't have to be a CEO, but like if you got a job that you want to go back to and all of a sudden your boss is at home with his family watching live PD.
Bill, did you pull a knife on your wife?
Someone getting a DUI. That's
rough weekend, Frank. I saw you on live PD.
That would be crazy walking into...
no one can be on television unless they consent. You have to consent to use someone's face on TV.
So I wonder what happened.
I don't know. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. Maybe you'll need it for bail this weekend. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Tased and Confused is the single greatest episode in the Cops franchise, somebody says.
That's a great name.
They should have lured Charles down with some chip chop ham.
I guess there's a podcast, too, called Running from the Cops, and a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff of those shows that they don't talk about.
On Patrol is a live cop show, somebody said, too. But again, they invariably will run into problems, and so they get canceled. But I remember at the time, he goes, because remember after the George Floyd thing, all these stations made a big show about how, like, we're going to stop producing cops, blah, blah, blah. But those are huge moneymakers. Like, Live PD was like the #1 show on A&E or wherever it aired.
Mm-hmm.
What they didn't tell you is that Cops was still being produced for other countries. They were still beaming it out. But, they took the summer off or whatever. But again, if you're running the network, those are massively popular shows.
And they're money makers because you don't have to pay anybody except for the people operating the equipment.
Yeah. Hey, Jim.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
So the whole live PD thing, when it was shot in Akron, a buddy of mine, he used to, get weed from one of his coworkers, and his coworker would get it from his uncle. And so one day, my friend forwarded me like I don't know if it's a link or YouTube or whatever, the live PD, and it was actually the guy's uncle that got pulled over by live PD. And all they were trying to talk to him about is his headlight was out. You're saying, okay, yeah, here, just get your headlight fixed. And he starts in with the cops like, I don't need this. I really don't need this and all this. He's arguing with the cops over a headlight warning, right?
Right.
And then one of the cops peeks in the passenger's side window and sees a pound of weed sitting right there on the seat.
Man, put it in a grocery bag or something.
On the front seat. Well, listen, a lot of people out there, criminals aren't geniuses. Not everybody's De Niro in Heat.
I mean, but honestly, the cops even at one point is just like, sir, sir, it's simple. Just go ahead, get it replaced, and then that's right. I forgot one detail just because it's kind of coming back to me. He had a CCW, and that's what it was. That's when the cops started poking more because he had a CCW, and they were like, hey, you really need to tell us that you didn't say anything about it, And that's when they started looking in the car, and that's when they peeked through the window and saw the pound sitting there. And he did have a gun, so he must have gotten a gun charge and a dope charge.
Right. 2 for 1, yeah. Okay, thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. I do watch the On Patrol Live a lot, and I've seen some episodes where people said, we don't want to be filmed, and they said, you're in a documentary and you're in public, so we can film you.
Oh, that's the loophole because there you go. They can't expect privacy.
Yeah. Correct. And they almost never go into the house. When someone goes in, they do tend to stay outside of the house until something comes back, until they come back out.
I see. Yeah, okay, good. All right, thank you, Mike. Hey, Eric.
That seems illegal.
Hey, Alan, what's up?
What's going on?
Not too much. You guys are talking about cops. I don't know if has anybody ever seen Court Cam? I think it's on Peacock or Hulu or something like that.
Oh, that's not the Kardashian sister?
No.
Okay.
No, but no, but it's even wilder. Like these people are getting ready to be sentenced, and they flip out in the courtroom, and like even the judges rip off the robe and start chasing these people as they try to escape.
Oh my goodness!
I like that all. By the way, I like that all these shows are on the A&E network, which still stands for Arts and Entertainment. I guess they're focusing on the latter rather than the
is
former.
Subjective.
That's true. I mean,
it made you
sometimes
feel something, didn't it?
Yeah,
That's art,
baby. Sometimes you got to squeeze between two naked people. Another time you watch a guy flip out in court.
I was gonna say TLC has 600-pound life. I'm like,
the Learning Channel.
That is the Learning Channel. You're learning what not to do with your life.
And Hoarders.
Yeah.
Or is that A&E?
A&E, yeah. Intervention, Hoarders, all A&E.
The Little People, Big World.
Yeah, that's TLC. Alan, I Googled live DP to see what you guys are talking about. This footage I'm watching does not match.
They definitely signed waivers.
They definitely consented to that.
They consented.
I would be so embarrassed. Could you imagine? Like, sir, you got an out headlight. Like, my bad. You can see me on live PD. And start crying. Guys, please, please. I'm gay and I'm black. Please don't shoot me, please.
I'm gay and I'm black, and I would like to get a job.
Guys.
You would try and have like a hide your kids, hide your wife moment, I feel like.
I try and go viral.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my God, you're pulling me over? Okay. All right. Am I getting arrested? Damn. They should make more cops look like you. I have seen a lot of hot cops.
Where's your nightstick, big boy?
Oh my God. Take me in.
And ran to help.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
The attacker does.
I thought it was going to be the song.
Obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess. We're looking for you. We gon' find you. We gon' find you. So you can run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell that. Homeboy, homeboy. We got your t-shirts in the left.
You are so dumb.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real.
The man got away, leaving behind evidence.
Oh, the Bed Intruder song. Remember that?
This is a classic.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. You are so dumb.
Arguably the most popular one.
Antoine Dodson.
The one that got it all
Love
going.
that guy. And then he got his glow up, right?
Yeah.
Like he took off the do-rag.
Got a perm.
Oh, God. He had a big... No, he straightened his hair. He started looking like Andre 3000 for a minute.
Well, when
there.
black people get a perm, Alan,
It's
their
a
hair is
straight
straight.
hair,
Oh, yeah? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yes, darling.
All right.
It's not your fault.
I didn't date any black girls with straight hair.
Yeah, well, when black people get a perm, it makes their hair straight. When white people, it gets curly.
Do they still call it a perm?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, I guess.
That's short for permanent wave.
I guess it depends on what type
Well, it's
of
a
perm
permanent.
you get.
Well, yeah, you can get a permanent wave. You get a permanent.
But there's stuff called
it's like a
straightener
flat.
in the store.
Yeah, but
I think they still call it a perm because Pinky, he had a perm and his was like a long curly fro. Do you remember Pinky from Friday
yeah.
or next?
I
Friday?
just always think of the beginning of Malcolm X.
Huh. Hot comb?
Yeah.
All right.
Hot comb. Yeah.
I thought you'd go to the store and buy straightener. I don't know. I'll take your word for it. You'd know.
Well, I mean, they could
You're
call it
black.
straightener. They've always told me that they got a perm and their hair was straight. So
Well, two things can be true.
Maybe a shorthand for straightener, and they just call it a perm. But I always thought if you have like, thicker hair, when you get a perm, it's straight.
They couldn't shorten it. Anybody shorten it to P? Like when my girlfriend would say, "I got a big old fat P." She wasn't talking about that. Is that what she was talking about? Oh, now it all makes sense. Oh, damn it. Hey, I got a break here. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is straight ahead of you. That's how we start the weekend around here. 35192 to send me a text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. At the Buzzard, you show us yours, and we'll give you our
left lanes. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by CoalitionForCharters.org. Every child deserves a great public school that meets their needs. That's why many families take advantage of charter schools as an option that's free, public, and open to all. See what's possible. Find a charter school near you at CoalitionForCharters.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Ourselves in the right headspace for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is directly in front of you. And for many years now, it is how we have designated the beginning of the weekend. And what we have brought together, let no man tear us under between us and the weekend around these parts. Next week on this program, what do I have for you to win? Well, a variety of things. I got Cavs tickets for you. Put you at that Mushroom Head Halloween show. Machine Heads coming to Northfield Park in February. And Ancient Aliens Live, talking about shows on cable. Ancient Aliens is a wild show. It's over there on the History Channel. You know the main guy, he's been a meme for a long time. The guy with the wild hair and the beard. He's going to be there. It's November 2. It's a couple days after Halloween. So I'll have those tickets for you if you're into that show. All next week. We were talking about 50 Cent earlier, and a couple people reminded me that he used to date Chelsea Handler.
Yeah.
And she was on the show a few days ago, and I was thinking of her and Joe Coy because they were together for a minute, and they were getting really serious.
And then they got real serious, and then they like both posted on their Instagram like, hey, we're done.
Yeah. Hold on.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you listen on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. Even if you're local, I certainly don't mean to talk about our bureau chiefs to the exclusion of people who listen on the app in Northeast Ohio. But the people who listen out of state have to listen on the app. Like Austin in Houston. Brent is a bureau chief in Leavenworth, Kansas. Rick listens in Albuquerque. Kim's in Grand Rapids. Greg is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs. He's in Temagami, Ontario. Catherine's down in Tampa.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. You mentioned The Replacements, and I was watching the movie The Replacements last night, and I've always loved that movie. Always thought it was funny, and I realized I'm an idiot because it's not a good movie. It's really bad. It's terrible. But I'll still watch it because I'm a sucker. But just wanted to put my 2 cents in and see what you guys thought.
I've never seen The Replacements. That's that Keanu football movie?
That is a movie that if it is, like, if I'm on a road trip or something and that movie's on, because I don't watch, you flip around on TV and watch TV like it's 1991. I will.
Well, I mean, I have Hulu Live. It's like cable television.
Listen, I got DirecTV, but I still watch.
You don't flip around?
No, never. Never, ever. I watch live sports. And that's about all on there. And then, but if I'm in like a hotel where I have to, I'll watch The Replacements every time it's on.
I've never seen it.
It's
him and Gene Hackman, yeah?
Gene Hackman.
Who's the female lead in that?
What's her name? I can't remember. But they got strippers to be the cheerleaders, and it's a very like late 90s, early 2000s movie.
Okay.
The 7-Up guy's in it. Orlando Jones.
Or Jeffrey Holder. Which one?
Orlando Jones.
Okay. Brooke Langton is the girl? Who is that?
I don't really remember her from anything else.
Oh, okay. I recognize her.
But
mostly TV.
Who's the director? Jon Favreau's in it.
Mm-hmm. Director was Howard Deutsch.
Reese.
Who I think is the guy that did Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah. It's a fun movie. It is probably not a real good movie if you want to put it in that category, but I think it's funny, and It gets the job done for a 90s comedy.
Do they use the Replacements, the band, for anything in the movie?
I don't believe they do.
Ah, that's a bummer. See, I get the Replacements confused with... What are the other comedy football movies? There was the one with Spade and John Heder.
No, that was a baseball movie.
Oh, it was?
That was like a softball movie.
I know they redid The Longest Yard.
Longest Yard with Adam
I feel like they were
Sandler.
like early
What's
to
the one
Necessary Roughness.
Necessary Roughness, which...
But that was 80s, right?
It's like late 80s, early 90s. Because that was Quantum Leap guy.
Scott Bakula.
Yeah, Scott Bakula.
1991.
And Sinbad.
Sinbad. Yeah. And
then
Kathy
you got like,
Ireland.
The Program, which wasn't a comedy.
That was I Don't Want Your Life.
No, that was
Varsity
Friday,
Blues.
No, Varsity Blues, and then there's Friday Night Lights. No, The Program was the one that was probably 92 or 93.
Is that the one where people are lying in the road and they died because they were... It was like an early TikTok challenge, but before The Program, 93. Okay, that was Jimmy Caan in that movie.
Mm-hmm. And then you had Any Given Sunday.
Oh, right.
With
Al Pacino.
Football is a game of inches.
Hoo-ah! Yeah, well, anyway, okay. But no
had Jesse
Replacements
Spano
music.
in it as a prostitute.
Who was that?
She was in Showgirls.
Elizabeth Berkley.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So nothing from the band The Replacements in the movie The Replacements.
Not that I know of.
All right.
Not that I remember anyway. But it's it's a feel-good movie.
Yeah.
It has some laughs.
Right.
But like the caller said, probably not a great movie, probably a little dated if you watch it again. But like I said, anytime it's on cable and I'm in a situation where I can't choose anything else, I'll put that movie on.
Sounds like a solid option. Trying to think of what my go-to movie would be. Like anytime, I know what my go-to drama movie is, but it's like...
What's that?
Michael Clayton. I've seen Michael Clayton 4 billion times, and I don't know why. It's just perfectly cast, and it's just well done, and it's an original story. It's not like, go-to comedy.
White Chicks.
White Chicks.
Yeah,
of
like the
course
worst
it is
stuff.
for you.
White Chicks.
I go probably Step Brothers.
I like Step Brothers, but it just didn't scratch me the way it scratched everybody else.
That one. That's a good one.
Go-to comedy. I don't know. I think mine are dopier and further back, like Weird Science.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Is Sister Act 2 considered a comedy?
Depends on who you ask.
Would you consider it a comedy?
I mean, it was supposed to be a comedy.
It's a comedy.
Yeah, what else would it be? It's Whoopi Goldberg in a nun's outfit. What else is it going to be?
A bit of a musical, inspirational.
Still a comedy. A musical comedy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of gospel. You know, Whoopi Goldberg went to the Vatican.
Did you call her Whoopi Goldberg?
Whoopi.
I put
I thought he called her Whoopi
Tommy
Goldberg.
Boy. Tommy Boy's a...
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good one.
Whoopi Goldberg went to the Vatican and met the Pope, and he personally requested signed copies of the Sister Act. Ain't that crazy?
Hey, do you have any copies of the Sister Act? That would have still been JPJ2, right?
Whatever the current Pope is now.
The current? Oh, she recently went.
This is like a couple weeks ago. She talked about it on The View.
Gotcha. The guy from Argentina, Pope Francis.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like when the movie was out.
No, this is just recently.
Yeah.
The most, iconic, one of the most iconic figures in the world wants your movie and wants it signed. That's crazy.
Well, there's a great actor named Bill Duke who's been in a lot of things. If you saw him, you'd probably remember him. He's in Mandy. He's a guy that gives Nicolas Cage his crossbow, and but he's also a director, and he directed Sister Act 2. And he made pretty good money off that.
It's always on not FX, but TNT. I guess TNT's not a thing anymore, but
It's on.
TNT's a thing.
It's a thing,
Is
yeah.
that still a thing?
Trust me, I know. When I'm clicking around my Hulu Live, hashtag not an ad, I'll see it.
Yeah, that's one of the, whenever I'm at my mom's house, because she has cable, regular cable, and if I'm clicking through, I'm like, Sister Act 2 is on. Bam, I know what I'm watching. Always go to it.
Hardball with Keanu Reeves. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, that is not a comedy.
Is it? No, but isn't that when he's like a drunk who has to coach a little league team or something?
Yes. That's a bait and switch movie right there, because it starts off as like, oh, this is a Mighty Ducks type thing, and then the cute kid gets killed. Spoiler alert. I watched
the cute kid. What is it, like a DUI movie or
no? He has to coach kids in the hood, and they got this big game, and there's this little kid, and he's not the right age, and so they're like, oh no, he can play, and he has this big moment, but then after the game, he goes home, and they get shot in like drive-by gang fire,
like a Boys in the Hood type thing.
Yeah, and I was watching that movie on my flight back from Los Angeles. The first time I went there in like 2001, everyone was crying because that was
this was before
when they were showing you got one movie,
right?
And because like nobody. Because it's such a lighthearted kind of...
No one expected it.
Yeah, it's like the one kid's like, oh, I can't pitch unless I'm listening to Biggie. So he's like, I love it when they call me Big Papa.
Yeah.
And so he's doing his cute little dance on the pitcher's mound. And then out of nowhere, they kill the little kid. And it is gut-wrenching.
Wow.
They just started the busting out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Benchwarmers was that Spade one.
Benchwarmers and Rob Schneider. Yeah.
Well, a lot of guys are telling me that Gladiator is their go-to. And I saw that in the theater and never saw it again. It's fine, but I
really love Troy.
Yeah, because you like naked Brad Pitt and Orlando, whoever's in that, Orlando Bloom,
It still
Eric
was
Bana.
a good movie. It's a long movie, so if I got time to kill, I know if I have 3 hours, I can watch it all the way through.
But you probably
my
also know...
drama's Departed. I love The Departed.
Departed's great, too. You probably know exactly...
Where you a cop?
You know exactly where the timestamps are in Troy, probably.
Where you
mushroom stamps are.
Where it shows Brad Pitt's butt and Orlando Bloom's pretty much you almost see his penis. Like
there you go.
Like you literally see like the V down to the base almost. and I think that's all there is. I think there's only those two. Oh no, there's a couple spots where Brad Pitt was just like a ladies' man in that movie. He was always naked.
Well, he's Achilles, right?
He's Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But to think they had the two biggest Hollywood heartthrobs at that time, Brad Pitt and Orlando Bloom in one movie.
Well, and that was when they were still trying to make Eric Bana a thing, too. He was kind of a big deal. They made him the Hulk, and
Who's Eric Bana?
He was the other main dude in Troy.
Oh, the Paris's brother?
He was Hector.
Yeah,
he was like,
Paris's brother.
And Achilles was supposed to be like... Remember they bring out that big dude and Achilles jumps at him and stabs him in the
shoulder. Yeah,
in the shoulder.
Yeah. Like he stabs him through the shoulder into his heart. Right? That's what he did.
I don't remember that part because I was, probably.
Yeah, he was focused on the mushroom cap.
Abs, yeah.
Whatever. He was.
There was no mushroom cap. Leave that alone.
All right, I don't know.
It's a joke.
But I didn't
know
see,
if there was a print or something.
I didn't see Troy, but I thought I remembered at the time that they thought it was a bomb, but it made like $500 million. So I don't know what they were talking
But there
about.
was a lot. So there was
because it cost so much to make, probably.
Probably, and there was like 3 separate movies that all came out together. It was Gladiator, Alexander the Great, which I think also had Brad Pitt, right?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
I don't remember that.
Well, Gladiator was like 2000 or like 99. Troy was like 2004, 2005.
Okay.
Alexander was Colin Farrell and Angelina Jolie.
Okay, yeah. I feel like
Britney Spears said that she banged Colin Farrell.
I saw that in the book. Yeah. But he was like her rebound guy or something, Colin Farrell.
I will say, I put up a poll on my Instagram, and Jada is getting stomped. Like, it's like 300 votes to like 3 votes. Because I put who
because nobody wants to read Jada's book because everybody already is tired of Jada. Britney Spears has got real tea to serve. If
Josh Johnson has got a great Josh Johnson has got, he posts a lot of stand-up clips. Yeah, and he's got a funny bit on the whole Jada book. He's like,
great.
I have never Googled them, and I know more about those two than I ever thought I would know.
Mm-hmm. I saw a tweet today that was something like, I will pay these reporters to stop asking her questions.
Yeah, he goes, I think Tupac leaned into the bullet just to get away from Jada.
Wow.
Because he knew what he was in for with her. She just would not shut up. But you can't criticize her because then you're a misogynist and you don't know her story. You don't know her truth. But at some point, I mean, clearly, I think whatever you think of that situation, you have to at least conclude those two have a bond that no one else can see or break or understand. Because here, this woman's like, we've been separated for a long time. Tupac was my soulmate, you know? And Will's like, I will always love you. I mean, so, and Will Smith's first wife was Foxy.
Yeah. I think her name was Cherie. I know because she was on Hollywood X's, another wives show.
All right.
Basketball ladies.
It was Hollywood X's. She was on there with Eddie Murphy's wife, and a bunch of other people.
Alan, my go-to comedy is Precious. Based on the novel Push by Sapphire?
Bro, that's not
that
a
one?
comedy. With Monique.
And Mariah Carey, right? Yeah. All stripped down?
Yeah.
Poundcake needs to create a movie ranking website called You Almost See His Penis. You know, like Mr. Skin shows you like where all the naked ladies are? You should be...
Mr. Skin shows dudes too.
Yeah, but people aren't going there for dudes. I mean, I think they just recently probably bowed to some kind of pressure from gay guys. But for 25 years, yeah, it is. A buddy of mine does like affiliate relations for him, and he's always hitting me up. Hey, want to have Mr. Skin on? I'm like, Mr. Skin? This guy was doing radio in like 95. I'm like, no, I don't want to have Mr. Skin on. So tell me what? Everybody knows about the website now.
But I think I think that website would be outdated. Not Mr. Skin, but like almostsawhispenis.com, because now we're in a period where it's okay. Men are going full frontal, and I love it, because growing up, you didn't see any full frontal. It was always man butt. It was man butt this, man butt that. Never saw any, not even any side cap or anything. But people, these men just feel so, I don't know what the word
Liberated?
is. Liberated to go full frontal, and I applaud that. They're not even like, they don't even have a chub or anything. I'm like, wow.
Have you watched Shame yet? I think I've told you a couple of times to watch Shame.
What is it on again?
I don't know, but it's streaming. It's Michael Fassbender, and this dude's got a pipe.
Well, I've seen his before, though. I think that's probably why.
Okay.
Because he is known to having like a big one, there's probably a bunch of movies that he's gone full frontal in.
It's on Amazon Prime. You'll have to pay $4, but it's on.
Oh, it's on Amazon. I have Amazon Prime, but it's not free on Amazon Prime?
No.
I mean, I'm sure you can find the screen caps.
It's $4.
Well, it's not my
So it's
Amazon
like
Prime.
a quarter an inch.
Okay.
That's just a sad movie, though. It's just like he's a sex addict and his whole life comes crumbling down around him. And
I don't even want, that's the thing. I'm not even like a size queen. I don't even want something that big. It's nice to look at, but I don't want them, like, that requires a lot.
You fairy.
Ouch. Just ouch.
Thanks for sharing.
I want to be sore all the time.
From the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
Bill, this feels like the perfect time to start the weekend. All right, we start the weekend around here officially with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday. You gotta get down on Friday. Pretend it's 1998. Go to MrSkin.com. Check out some naked ladies or dudes if that's your thing. Full frontal, full frontal, full frontal. It's Friday.
Well done. That was
Thank you.
all right.
I've been doing that singing thing, so I feel like it's helping. The singing
Go and do likewise, gents. The weekend is now officially underway there with the well-earned Bill Squire Friday Get Down. I got to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in before your Cavalier's basketball pregame, shoot me a text, 35192. Next chance at $1,000 is coming up at 6:30. Listen for that keyword courtesy of the Buzzard bookie coming up.
This is